children can go to school from Monday to Friday. And those interested will be accepted to work in those factories or construction sites or manufacturing establishments, maybe on Saturdays or their free days, at no cost to them. But they can pick skills. Because what it does is that it exposes your mind that while you're undertaking your formal education, the experiences you have in those manufacturing facilities will begin to stimulate thoughts of what you want to do in years to come in your life. And you will find us a willing partner, Mr. Chime, in working with you to see that this happens. If we want businesses to come to Enugu, those businesses must be rest assured that in Enugu, they will have the employees that will take up the jobs they create. Anybody who tells you that for the jobs of tomorrow, you must have a full college degree is lying to you. A full college university degree helps you to learn how to think. But skills, all the skills you need in the job places of tomorrow may not necessarily be taught in your formal universities. And the highest paying jobs are not necessarily those that come from university degrees. They are those that come from specialized knowledge, that even those with university degrees retrain themselves over and over to perfect their skills in. I want to share a story with you. A couple of years ago, a cousin of mine who had read engineering at the University of Nigeria had come to join me in Abuja. He was looking for employment. After staying with me for like 4 months, I invited him to my office one morning. I said to him, you studied mechanics, just concentrate, specialize in plumbing and plumbing affairs. I said to him that if you do that in the next 3-4 years, you will be shocked that all major construction companies will sublet plumbing services to you once they have construction work. That cousin of mine agreed. The next morning, as I was having breakfast to leave, he walked up to the breakfast table, said he wanted to have a meeting with me. I said I was running late for another meeting for work, but see me at the office. He came. He said to me that he liked what I told him yesterday and that he was grateful. But he first of all wanted me to find him a job first, so that he will be doing that job and will be learning the partnership I had proposed with him and my architect friend. I was disappointed, but as they say, blood is what? Thicker than water. I couldn't force him. The architect friend of mine, after 1 week, said he wanted to see me. He said, I haven't seen your cousin. I shared what happened with him and between me and my cousin with him. He was also disappointed as I was. Then my secretary then, may her soul rest in peace, she's now late, said to me, Oga, there is this relation of mine who is an engineer. Would you like me to bring him since your cousin is not interested? I said, okay, bring him. That's how relation came. And I introduced him to my architect friend. Ladies and gentlemen, because I don't know if you want me to share his details, I want to tell you today that relation of my secretary who took that position may likely be competing with Saugo Chime in terms of material success. I share this story for you not to take for granted the opportunities you've been offered. Treasure it. Nurture it. Work hard at it as if your life is dependent on it. Do not stop to learn, because with the basic education you've had, I want to believe that you can take advantage of information technology, particularly the internet, and keep training and retraining yourself. I assure you that the Enugu State of tomorrow is Enugu State that is being created for you. Because in the next 6 years, what will happen in Enugu will be that families will not be under so much pressure. Because when our smart green schools come on stream, and our 260 primary health care centers and type 2 hospitals come on stream, they will compete favorably and will be better than most private hospitals and private schools. So parents will not face the economic pressure of paying fees for their children because our schools are free. By the time you no longer have the exposure of school fees and you can access basic Medicare, the income of families will stay more with them, and they can pursue other expectations they have in life. So that is the Enugu State we want to do tomorrow. And if we build 260 smart green schools with 25 classrooms, maintenance services will be required. And graduates from our Copen Academy, with all the hospitals we are building and all the hotels we are building, our international conference center, our smart green schools, even if you just concentrate on being that service provider in all these facilities, I can assure you, at no point will you be out of work. Thank you so much for the opportunity you've given us to fulfill our campaign promises to our people. Because we can come with all the best of programs and ideas, and our people do not submit themselves to them. We can't force people to take advantage of opportunities we provide. Our job is to provide them. But the job our people owe themselves and us as a government is to also share in that ideal. So on behalf of a grateful state, I want to thank you for the opportunity you've seized, and I thank Copen and all their partners for the good work they are doing. God bless you all.
Please put your hands together properly for His Excellency. Thank you very much for that address. We will invite all those in front, our VIPs in front, to join His Excellency in front here for a group quick picture. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We want to specially appreciate you. Please, let's invite all the VIPs to join him in front here. Let's invite him in front, just on the green carpet. Your Excellency, thank you. Even if you become a judge of the Supreme Court, it's very possible you can deliver your judgment without looking at paper. Please clap for him. I went to a conference of judges on ICT and AI. The judge who delivered the keynote address read from a paper with handwriting. He didn't even type it. But here we are, a deputy governor who delivered a 25-page speech from his heart. Please put your hands together for him. The graduating students, can you come now? File out this way. Graduating students. Are they graduated or graduating? Oh, John Shah. Oh, yeah. The students, the graduates, those who have graduated, let's have you this way. Just climb the stairs. Climb the stairs quickly. More than much like people who won't do NYSC now. Very soon you'll be doing NYSC. Have we taken those ones? The students will now join from this side. Oh yeah, join. Please smile, students. It's not man of war. Let's smile. Allow those who are looking up to you to be in front of you. There's still space on the other side. There's this space. His Excellency, we want to also inform you that we are having 3 international and local artists who are doing their exhibition downstairs. We'd love for you to see the exhibition. We'll also want you to be able to see our booths right here and now. If you need your NIN, that is if you have not been given a TIN, you should go to the Enugu State Board of Internal Revenue to collect your own just behind this place. His Excellency, we thank you very much for the honor. We pray that you are able to see our booths and see our local market, the SMA Fair. Thank you very much. We are honored to have you, and we appreciate your wonderful presentation here. Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for him. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's also appreciate the future of trade in Enugu State. Please clap for them. These are the people who will have certificate. Any of them you call, whatever they tell you they are doing, they can do it. They can really do it. So clap for them as they are going. In fact, I was wrong when I called them graduating students. I think they are the newly employed staff of the contractors of the Enugu State government. Please clap for them. It's not easy to just graduate. On the day of graduation, they're already giving you work. The last time that happened was in 1976. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we still here? Are we still together? Are we still together? I can't hear you. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate you, and thanks for your encouragement. If I'm doing good, please put your hands together for me. Many years ago, I asked the lady out, and she told me, "Sir, can you just show me tell me your favorite color?" By the time I showed her my true color, she blocked me online. I said, my true color is my favorite color. I don't know why a carrot is orange, but an orange is not carrot. Or Judas is carrot. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going directly now into the graduation, but I want to quickly hope that our VIPs will join us before we take that as seriously as it is, because that's very sure. I know that very recently a student was learning plumbing under me because I recommended him, and he has to pay money. When it was time to pay his school fees, I called him in the afternoon and I said, "Chinedu, I have paid your money into your OP." The guy started crying. I said, "What happened?" He said, "Oga, if you know how much are the OOP." So we are ready. I understand that the deputy governor is going around taking looking at our booths. But it's important that we quickly do this because we have a lot of other things to do. So permit me therefore to invite the Chief Operating Officer for System, and one who has very, very committedly been able to partner with us over the years to make sure that these students come out fresh, come out strong, come out ready for the market. Please put your hands together for Mr. Seth Ogumbe. Please clap for him as he comes up. He's a man of certificate and a man of certificate. Please put your hands together for him.
Very much. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our honorable guests. Permit me to start on existing protocol. I'd just like to go straight to it. But before I do that, I would like to start by saying Great artisans. You are not sounding like somebody who is excited today. Great artisans. All right, thank you very much. I'm excited today to be here, not just for being part of the Amadeo Business Summit, for which I'm very glad. This is my third time being here, but very much excited to be here. Anywhere they are talking about skills. For those who have been asking, what is system? System is construction skills, training and empowerment partnership, which later now becomes system skills, training, empowerment partnership. For us, we are one of the leading private partner involvements in technical vocational education in Nigeria, because we believe strongly that we cannot just leave technical education training in the hands of government alone, especially with the challenges we've been seeing with technical schools all around the country, even though there's been a lot of recent government intervention through the IDEAS project to bring some of these things to life. But for us, in the last close to 15 years, we've been involved in different training programs. And for me, I'm particularly excited with Enugu State. I remember last time I was here, earlier this year, to start off another program. Somebody said maybe it's our time. I'll be giving a Chief FC title in Enugu State. I'm looking forward to that, because I believe strongly in a state that is very, very hardworking, with hardworking youth who are committed to skills development. And that is why we do what we do. For us, this is the fifth, for those who are not aware, this is the fifth cohort of the TSDP. TSDP is Technical Skills Development Project that is ably sponsored by the ITF in collaboration with NECA and System as the training partner, together with Copen Academy. And we've been doing this in the last 5 years. This is the fifth year in a row that we are graduating students. But interestingly, not just them for the project, they have graduates from another program, that the YESA project, who are also here. And today, we cumulate whatever we've been doing in terms of training them to their graduation. It might interest you to know that we are not just training, we are ensuring that the trainees are in conjunction or following the National Skills Qualification Framework. So it's not just training. We're not just training. We're ensuring that the training is in compliance with the National Skills Qualification. For those of us who have had the opportunity to be outside the country or have done anything around skills, what you see, we call it NSQ. Some of the European countries, we call it MVQ. It's the same thing. It's the same framework. And the reason for that is that we want our youth, while we are not encouraging them to travel out, to be able to ensure that whatever skills they are being trained on, it is in alignment with international standards. It might interest you to know one of the graduates from this same state in Enugu State of 2022 reached out to me 2 years ago to say, I'm so excited. He's in the U.S. right now. His wife got a scholarship to school abroad, and he had to go. And interestingly, he had to turn out to be the one feeding the family because of the skill, the electrical skill training he did here, 2021-22 cohort. And with his NSQ, he was able to get a job. And of course, you know how well they pay in those climates, and it's translating into that. So I want to especially appreciate all our partners, NECA, who have been partnering with us as System for the last 5 years, ITF, and of course our partner here in Enugu, Copen Academy, without whom we would not be able to do whatever we are doing here. Not just Copen as a corporate, but our convener, Reverend Dr. Ogochukwu Chume, as a person, is someone who is interested. There are programs that are not even on Copen Academy umbrella that he personally will sponsor to be part of, just ensuring that we have quality graduates, and we are excited and appreciate him, both personally and collectively as an organization. Thank you very much. And permit me to say that this is not just one of the programs we have in collaboration with so many programs. But one of the things we do is to also look for donors and sponsors within and outside the shore of the country to help us train people. One of such programs is the Skills Initiative for Africa, SIFA, under the Howard Nepal initiative. that we are also doing in conjunction with Copen here in Abuja, and in Enugu, and also in Abuja, in Nasarawa State, and also currently in Plateau State. There's another program that is coming on board with the Family Owns Front project, in conjunction with the African Development Bank and Ministry of Finance. That also is coming on board. I'm just intimating us to see that there's a lot of commitment that we're putting through our partners and through our sponsors to ensure that our youth are not just people who have degrees, but who have a certificate, like they say. Like the MBTES will say, degrees, skills, not degrees. That's one of his slogans, to ensure that we train our youth to have skills to be able to fit in the world of work that they find themselves. I'll leave us with this quote from the former CEO of Upwork. For those who are familiar with Upwork, his skills platform. It says, the illiterate of the 21st century is those who do not have any skills. And that, as you can see, is true. And for us, one of the things that we've been doing is not just training, but also bringing technology through platform training, LMS, learning management system, through assessment and certification, and all that. So there are a lot of opportunities within the construction space, skills especially, and not just construction space, technical vocational education as a whole. And I want to encourage people. And one of the things I've noticed in Enugu State that actually makes me excited to ensure that anytime we have opportunity, we always push it down to Enugu State is that it's one of those fields that we see graduates coming to learn skills. And that, for me, is exciting. And also the inclusion of female. That's one of our mandates to ensure that we have female inclusion in whatever we do. I thought somebody would be excited about that. So permit me to go straight to it, just to re-acknowledge the technical vocational, the TSS with technical skills program is sponsored by NECA and ITF. We, in conjunction, that system in conjunction with Copen are the implementation partners. We are the one that ensure that the training and the assessments are done. While we have been commissioned to do the training, one of the things we have done in addition to our training, like you may not have in most centers, is the inclusion of the NSQ certification. So apart from the certificate that these graduates today will be getting, one of the things in addition that we are doing is to assess them for the NSQ level 1 certification. I thought that is a point for where some people, they will be excited, if you are not. All right, but without missing much time, I would like to know if we have the representative of Copen here. All right, so that I won't just, thank you very much. This sounds better. The representative of Copen, who is the ED, Copen Academy rather, the ED in charge of also the Copen Academy, is here today, our Dr. Barrister Ike Chime, for a word to the graduates. Thank you very much, sir.
Great artisans. Are you sitting down and saying the great artisans? Great. Thank you. Please sit down. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the established protocols. We'd like to thank you so much for joining us today. Copen Academy is a training service provider, and our training is focused on 3 core areas: construction, ICT, and agriculture. You may ask, why did we choose those 3 areas? Everybody is concerned about the impact of AI. And we all know that AI is going to disrupt so much of our present-day society. At Copen Academy, we look for 3 areas that no matter what the technology innovations of the future will bring, they are not likely to disrupt those 3 areas. Number 1 is agriculture. AI will not feed us, right? No matter what happens, we'll eat. Number 2 is ICT, because we need to empower our young people with the skills to be able to thrive in the emerging future. The last but not the least is construction. no matter what AI does, we will talk about 3D printing. But 3D printing is not coming anytime soon. So that's what informed the decision of Copen Academy to focus on those 3 thematic areas. And over the past few years, we've been privileged to have a collaborative arrangement with System, ITF, and NECA to provide training for our people. And we've done that over these past years. We've trained more than 2,000 young people. Now, the training usually focuses on tiling, painting, woodwork, masonry, and different areas. So it's a joy and privilege to have established this partnership, and we're very grateful to our partners. And today we're going to be graduating a number of people. Beyond the partnership we have with NECA, ITF, and System, we've also been able to strike collaborations with local governments. Currently, we're training a number of people from Enugu North local governments. And we're also exploring and working towards some other trainings with the various local governments of Enugu State and beyond. We're also exploring the same possibilities in Ebonyi State. And so we would like to thank all the people who have partnered with us as an academy. And today we'll be graduating some wonderful people. And we're proud to also speak beyond the people who are graduating today in the construction trades. If you look, those of us who are in the cinematography program, please can you just wave where you are? Thank you so much. So if you look in that direction, we also have a World Bank training for cinematography and photography. That training, the graduation ceremony will still come up later in the year, but they are part of the activities for today. So I would like to thank you so much, and I would like to thank all our distinguished students for making us proud. Over the years, it's been a great joy working with different cohorts of trainees, and these ones are no exception to that track record. So we want to thank you, and on behalf of all of us at Copen Academy, we say welcome to this program, and thank you once more, System. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chime. Before I go to the presentation of certificates to the graduates, so that my sponsors will sponsor me next year to ensure that we still have another set, I would like one of our sponsors, our key sponsors for this TSBT project, the representative of the Director General of NECA, Ms. Isabella, to make a word of remark to the graduate. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon again. Are we tired already? Good afternoon. Yeah, so today is all about you, and permit me once again to stand on all existing protocol and also to just say thank you all for still being seated up till now. I don't think there's any part of the hall that is scanty. So thank you, everyone. And more importantly, I think this time around, my remark will be directly targeted towards the graduates of today. And, you know, like I mentioned earlier about the project, TSDP, which is the Technical Skills Development Program, is a collaboration between ITF and NECA. So we all know that in the private sector, employer make a compulsory contribution to ITF. And the whole idea was, if employers are making this contribution and they are not getting the required skills that they need, what then is the use, right? And this partnership was born since 2009. And over the years, you know, graduates just like yourself have gone through the training using very, you know, strong and competent institutions and partners like Copen Academy and System to ensure that young people are trained with relevant skills that are needed for now and the future. And I was very happy to hear about all of the good things that are being done here in Enugu State. So you see, it shows that when there's synergy or when there's forward thinking by both parties, then the future looks bright for every one of us. So I'm urging everyone here who has participated in one form of training or trade area or skill that you don't just, because one other thing that we've noticed is some people just get trained for training's sake without seeing the big picture. But if you've listened to everything that the Deputy Governor has said today, then you would know that there is a brighter future for you. So the whole idea is don't stop here. A lot has been said about entrepreneurial skills. A lot has been said about soft skills like resilience, adaptability, emotional intelligence. These are some of the other skills, aside the technical skills that you've gotten, that will help you thrive in the world of work. And then please be open to knowledge, be open to innovation. New advancement in technology will always come, so ensure that you are also ahead of your time. Always ensure that you take good use of opportunities. And for you to be here today already shows that you've taken good use of this first opportunity. So many more opportunities will come. So please ensure that you are grabbing those opportunities and see yourself as a critical stakeholder in nation building. See yourself as a critical stakeholder here in Enugu State. See yourself as a critical stakeholder in all of Nigeria. Because we all know that what we do in terms of our work is what will advance the economy. So see yourself as someone who is playing a very critical and important role. So it doesn't stop here. After today, this is not the end. Keep improving, keep advancing, and please apply yourself to work. You know, don't see any work as too small or too big. And then another thing that will help you, just as we've spoken so much about collaboration and partnerships, is amongst yourself. You have been trained together. One good skill that people overlook is networking. So even here in this room today, make sure you network. Make sure you know somebody that you did not know before coming here. You know, make sure you sell your skill to somebody. Make sure they know what exactly you learned and be able to talk about it confidently. And even amongst yourself, make sure that after today, you're not just going your separate ways. There are some jobs or some works that you need to do as a group or, in collaboration with one another. So please, in case you don't know it, we are banking on you. We're banking on you to advance our nation. We're banking on you to be very important stakeholders in the economy and also to your families. So thank you very much, and I do wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for that encouraging word to our graduates and to everyone. It might interest you to know the convener of Amadeo Business Summit, who is also the chairman of the system board, mentioned during the speech yesterday and today that we organized the Construction Artisans Award. And for us, it's also one of our advocacy programs to ensure that artisans are not just trained, but they are also put out there to showcase their skills. It's a competition that happens at the state level, then the zonal level before the grand finale in Abuja. And the 6th edition will be happening in January, the second week of January. And I understand that the state competition across the state is currently going on. If you want to participate, I will encourage you to speak to any representative of the Copen Academy for more details on that. And for us, we very much encourage women inclusion, and not just for the purpose of social gratification, but also very importantly, we believe strongly that there are some areas in some private people's house that women are more likely to have access to than for male. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, but one thing that came to mind, that the winner of the best styler of the last 2 editions, I remember, was a 16-year-old young lady from Kano State. And we were shocked. When she competed, we felt maybe she was just favored at the state level. And maybe somebody just sneak her in, And at the zonal level, she also won. And we're wondering, maybe people from the zone are not that good. That's why she was able to scale through. But it was interesting to know that at the final edition at the National Stadium, she also won. And the reason why she did that, she could not even speak one word of English. But she's been following her dad to Thailand since when she was 6. And she's been learning that. And that day alone, she got scholarship of close to 6 million naira from people that they were so blown away by the fact that a young lady was so good at tiling at that level. And so sometimes you take for granted what you have, but it's very important that you ensure. With my 3 degrees, I'm currently learning plumbing as I speak to you, because it's not just to wear tie and suit. Are you able to have some sort of skills to be able to at least do some first level, maintenance in your house before you call other people? So I thank you very much. Before I go straight now, just as an encouragement to the graduates, one of the things we have done at System, which we've gotten support for, funding for currently, is the validation of technology for training. So that's why we have developed a learning management system. It's called Ilimi. Ilimi is derived from the Hausa word Ilimi, which means knowledge. So if you go to ilimi.africa on your phone or on your Google Play Store, you can download the app so that you can continuously learn. There is courses for you for level 1, level 2. We have done all that courtesy our sponsors who out on NEPAD through the CIFA initiative I mentioned earlier on. I just want to feel that will be encouraging for you to continue learning so that your learning doesn't just stop here. I thought somebody would be excited about that. Okay, permit me, because of our time, can I have that list, please? The list. Thank you. The student, our training model is not just come and teach in class, it's a combination of in-class training and also on-site training. And as you can see, maybe cameraman can pan towards that. One of the projects, for this cohort, we only did 2 trades, plumbing and electrical, right? And for the first cohort, we did 5 trades. Depending on what we get support for per year, we do take students, 100 of them for that session. So one of the projects they did, as you can see there, was the electrical team did that, and of course the WC setup and the washing hand basin and the rest you see there is one of the projects. The other project at the academic site, but we just brought this here for presentation, and just to show that these people are not just learning by audio learning like they see on the street. They're actually practicing what they've been taught, and that's why they are able to be assessed and certified for the National Skills Qualification Framework. I will go straight to it. Because of our time, we'll not be to call 100 people out to present certificate now. So we'll probably just call 3 of them out now. At the end of the program, your certificate is there. That's only when we'll give the certificate out, and you can take pictures. I'll also be here to present that to you. So you can take pictures with your families, your invited guests for that. But for this segment, so that we can move on to the other aspect of the program, I'm only going to present just 3 certificates now, and the remaining 97, if my math is correct, will be presented just towards the end of this program for today. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I would like to invite the representative of NECA to present the first certificate that we have today. Mrs. Isabella, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Photographer, if you don't mind, we would like to have you. I would like to invite Osuji Longinus under the plumbing trade. Are you here? Please, can you clap for him? I understand he's also the class governor, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true? You're welcome. Please, you can come up. Thank you very much. I'd also like to invite one of the ladies in the class. So I'll allow her to stay to still present that before I invite Dr. Chime to present that, because I'm a very strong advocate of women inclusion. So I'd like to invite Ezema Irene Inkechi, also under the plumbing trade. Thank you very much. Permit me to invite our convener of this Amadeo Business Summit, and who is also the chairman of System Board, and also somebody who I consider a mentor, Reverend Dr. Ogo Chime. You're welcome, sir. And to present, we have Ata Austin Onu. Is Ata Austin Onu here? Thanks, sir. All right, thank you very much. Dr. Chime, are you here? Sorry. One more, sir. All right. So I want to invite Eze Sunday Chukwemeka. Are you here? Okay. All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right. So just to be sure, your certificates are here, but because of our time, we're going to present that towards the end of this program. Without wasting much time, thank you very much. I think my time here is up. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for them? Can we also tell them congratulations? If I was one of them, I will invite all my family members, invite my village chief, and my local government chairman to come because I've graduated. Please clap for them again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking very quickly one who especially celebrated as starting out here from Enugu, our own University of Science and Tech, and moving on to have both a BSc, MSc, and a PhD in economics. And ladies and gentlemen, is also one who has cultivated mandate is like preparing large tracts of land to make agriculture a business, not just sustaining, but turning farms into factories and products into exports. He leads programs to register farmers, classify their crops, define their capacity, vary their farms, and help to steer policy towards large-scale farming and acquiring hundreds of lands. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he has been able to put together over 80,000 farmers, smart farm estates, cassava biorefining, as well as mechanization and dry season farming. This is no small feat. But allow me to invite him to talk to us, to encourage us and charge us, both for what we are doing in Enugu State and for what is to come. Therefore, allow me to welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Enugu State, Honorable Patrick Nwabueze Umbru. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Please, can we clap for him, please? A very busy man. He had other assignments, but he says, I will stay here because I believe in this project. Please put your hands together some more for him.
Thank you. I'm the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports. My partner, my colleague, Barrister Lloyd Ekweremadu, the convener, our mentor, our Reverend Dr. Ogochime, and the wife. One thing is clear. Since 2008, that I happen to be one of Reverend Ugochime's tenants. I've always been inspired by Ugochime. And he has also guided me, even in my days in the banking sector. He has guided me, both spiritually, emotionally, and otherwise. Permit me, distinguished guests, to stand on the already established protocol. I think my job here is simple and had been further simplified by the Deputy Governor of Enugu State when he estrayed the activities of the state put forward by His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubuisimba, as regards to the agricultural sector. And today, I will be talking to us on advancing the economic growth of Enugu State through agriculture. Truly, and quite frankly too, agriculture is life. Without agriculture, without the production of food in the right proportion, nutrients, Ugochime wouldn't have had the energy to convey this gathering. And also, in line with the theme, how we thrive in this time, whether you are in medicine, whether in law, whether in education, whether in agriculture. It also aligns with the saying that agriculture thrives where water flows on a good soil. Agriculture thrives where water flows on a good soil. And that is why in Enugu State, we give God all the glory because He has bestowed upon this state good soil, good water body, and good people to carry out agriculture. Today, please, next slide. We'll talk about some of our foundation projects. The Enugu State Land Bank, the 260 farm estates, the farm mechanization and tractor assembly, the greenhouse solar cold room technology, the digital farm registry, the special agro processing zone, the livestock productivity center, and the Enugu State Cocoa Development Initiatives. Now, why the land bank? When this government came on board in 2023, we had only 115 1,000 hectares of land where our smallholder farmers cultivate. And you agree with me, these lands were developed in the 60s and 70s. And the population of Enugu State has increased tremendously. So cultivating or carrying out agricultural practices on this land space cannot and will not meet our domestic demand, let alone producing for the entire country. Because the vision of this government is to ensure that the people of Enugu do not go to bed hungry. That means we must produce for ourselves, must be able to be self-sufficient in all we do as regards to agriculture. In production of cassava, tomatoes, rice, name it, cocoa, name it. We must be self-sufficient in that. And again, to also ensure too that we become the food basket of Nigeria. When you put together what God has blessed us with in terms of the land, the water, the people. And now that we have a governor that is also mixing technology in actioning agricultural projects. Most times somebody has said that this governor behaves like M.I. Okpara. But I now added, yes, M.I. Okpara indeed, who did a lot of exploits in the agricultural space and other sectors, but now coming with technology. So the government set out an ambitious target to add 300,000 hectares of land. What it means is that the government will acquire 300,000 hectares across the 17 local government areas with the consent of the people. With the consent of the people. In as much as in the land tenure system, land, the ownership of land or the authority over land is domiciled on the governor's desk. But because this government is a people-oriented government, it is government for the people. So the acquisition of land is with the consent of the people. So as of today, next slide please. As of today, we've been able to get from the people, from Undi Enugu, 167,000 hectares of land. It has never happened before. But because the people trust the leadership, just like the Reverend Ugochime, who we can all agree that this man is a good leader. The same with our governor. If you have a good leader, you will trust him with your assets. So the people trust this government, and as at 2003 to 2023 to date, we have been able to get from the people 167,000 hectares. This land bank, we had also been able to allocate some of this land to private investment. Because the essence of acquiring this land, not just because we want to increase the land space for the smallholder farmers, we want to also encourage large-scale farming so that we'll be able to de-risk the risks associated to acquisition of land by investors. So that was why this land bank, if you look at the spread, you will see that it spreads across so many local governments, not just in one particular area. Please, next slide. So we now talk about Enugu State farm estates. The government, because our development strategy is rural-based, is ward by ward based. Just as we have 260 green smart schools, we have 260 health centers, we're also having 260 farm estates across all our electoral wards. These farm estates are ongoing. We have one that is near completion at Akpof for you to go and see what the farm estate looks like. This farm estate sits on 200 hectares each. And the essence is that we will have in a particular place, in one particular location, 200 farmers, smallholder farmers. That means we have created 200 direct jobs in the first instance. And we know that agriculture has so many ripple effects in terms of job creation. We're just talking about primary production. Then when you get into the secondary production, which the farm estate is also expected to provide, with the warehousing facility that the government will provide for the people, where we'll now have the first line production of turning our produce to, usable, produce for further production. For instance, if you harvest cassava, it takes 24 hours before it starts losing its value. So with the provision of primary processing centers in all our farm estates, our farmers will be able to save their produce. They won't lose their produce. They will be able to process it for further production. Also, in this farm estate, it's expected that the farmers there will share knowledge. So when one farmer has issue with his crop, he will be able to get the remedy, the solution from other farmers there. So you will have cross-pollination of ideas, of solutions on how that will be done. Also, in these farm estates, the government is going to provide extension services. There will be nothing less than 2 extension workers in each of the farm estates, enabled with technology divides, so that they can be able to reach out the farmers, support the farmers to solve their individual problem as it arises. Here also, the government will help the farmers to mechanize the land. They will use tractor to till the land. And what that happens is that it makes agriculture very, very enjoyable. It makes agriculture attractive. Agriculture is no longer a business for those who are illiterate or those who are dirty. It's now for youths. I will tell you one thing, that between 2023 and date, we have 10,000 youths that has been trained in Enugu. And the essence is that His Excellency said we cannot thrive, we can't do well if we do not have people who are well knowledgeable about agriculture in various value chain. And you know that before 2023, agriculture will have aging population in terms of those who practice agriculture. But now in Enugu, we can point to 10,000 youths. 10,000 youths under the Enugu State Youth Farmers Association. And say these youths have the requisite knowledge to do anything in terms of agriculture. And I also believe that the graduates today, that the skills that you have acquired will also help to add value in our business in the agricultural space. Also here, we have made arrangements with Enugu State Marketing Board for off-taking. You agree with me that when you assign a hectare to a smallholder farmer, it is no longer for subsistence farming because it will have excess produce. So Enugu State Marketing Board will be positioned to sign off-take agreements with our smallholder farmers so that they will off-take the excess of their produce. That means too that our farmers will be sure that whatever activity they carry out each year, that they are going to get their money back. Is that not exciting? It may also interest you to know that the government of Enugu State has also gone further to secure the investments of our farmers by paying insurance premium for 4 seasons. Insurance premium for 4 seasons for about 9,583 farmers. This is just the beginning, because where we are going is to ensure that anyone who is into agriculture will not lose their money. So this builds upon our Enugu State Government Land Bank. And you know that if you punch your calculator and say 200 hectares multiplied by 260 farm estates, automatically we'll end up developing 52,000 hectares. Government will provide a fund to clear the land, to prepare the land, to build the signature gate, and also do the perimeter fence. Why the perimeter fence? The perimeter fence is to ensure that cattle do not gain access to the farmland, and we reduce the header farmers clashes. That is the essence, and this will happen in all the farm estates. Currently, we have about 8 farm estates that is near completion across Enugu State, and we believe that before 2027, that all the farm estates will be operational. Now, the next is talking about, next slide please. We talk about the mechanization. Because when a vision is set out, there must be a mission on how you actualize that vision. And one among them is mechanizing our agricultural sector. That's why the state, in partnership with Nortra Tractors, has established a tractor assembly and servicing center where 1,000 tractors has been promised to Ndienugu, to our farmers, both smallholders and commercial farmers, that will have in this town 1,000 tractors. 200 tractors are already on ground. And the assembly plant is about 98% completion. I believe that before the end of October, we'll commission that plant. Here also, we expect that 3,500 plus jobs will be created because we will be also employing youth and women and training them on tractor operation and servicing. And as also we said, this plant where we were assembling plants, that means a lot of jobs will be created. And good a thing that the graduates of today have various skills to suit into our tractor assembly plant. Also here, we will be providing for our farmers the opportunities to have their land tilled by the use of the tractors and machine without actually owning one. Because the state has established a tractor, an asset leasing company that will support the farmers so that they can gain access to this equipment with ease and get their business going. Please, next slide, please. Now, in February this year, the governor approved for the adoption of the greenhouse technology into our agricultural space. Why greenhouse technology? Because with greenhouse technology, you can produce more using less space of land. So here, he has also approved that the state, on the first instance, established 150 greenhouses as a pilot scheme to show the youth, particularly, that we can make a lot of money through agriculture. There's a lot of money in agriculture. I'll give you an example with the greenhouse. From what we have done, and also from establishing a fabrication center, we have brought down the cost of owning a greenhouse from merely 14 million to 8 million, or even going less than 8 million now, because we know that the exchange rate, Naira is gaining value now. When you spend 8 million to own a greenhouse, in one cycle of 9 months, using the bell pepper as the anchor crop, you will make 12 million. Hello? You will make 12 million in one cycle. So by the time you net off your capital expenditure of 8 million, you had made profit of what? 4 million. In the next cycle, you'll be making a profit of 8 million. Is that not exciting? So greenhouse technology is the way, one of the fastest way that we can make money through agriculture. And in this greenhouse technology that we have, the government has approved, we also create market access through our digital platform, where at harvest, we also come help you aggregate it and also help you sell the products. Because we have off-take agreement that we have signed with a couple of companies in Lagos and Port Harcourt for about 600,000 kg of bell pepper. So we are set and ready to support you to make money through greenhouse farming. Here also we have, please, next slide. So for this technology, for this greenhouse, please, maybe after now, if you want to get the more knowledge, an in-depth knowledge of what we do within the greenhouse, please visit number 1 Garden Avenue, the Ministry of Agriculture. Then we'll take you through a lot of things. Then the next is our digital transformation project. Now, for this government, that data is important for us. So as the government took over in 2023, we began to harmonize the data of our farmers, their name, their phone number, their geo coordinates, their name number, their proper identity, so that we'll be able to plan for our farmers and also to support the state, so that when we give out interventions, we don't give out interventions to non-farmers, people who do not actually have farm. Because what happens before is that you see people, they come in, they take these inputs, and they'll sell them, and the inputs trek themselves away from Enugu State. No. What we have on ground now in the Ministry of Agriculture is that if you are a farmer and you have your location, we will map you, know where you are, know what you're doing, plan on how to support you. You understand? Both from the first day, from your clearing, from your input distribution, from your harvest, whatever you have that is an issue in terms of agriculture, it will be solved. You like that, right? Again, please, next slide. Now, this is it. Enugu State, by the special grace of God, had been a part of the states that got the approval to participate in the second phase of the Special Agro-Processing Zone. This is a zone that will be established in the 3 senatorial districts. But the first will come up in Owo with an industrial hub where farmers' produce will be turned into finished products. That is value addition. Because you know that if you sell your produce without adding value to it, you make only 10%. But by the time you add value to it, you increase it to about 30 to 40%. So the state has keyed into this project. It is a project that will go up about 30 million US dollars for establishment of the special agro-processing zone. Then in the 3 locations of Enugu North, Enugu West, and East, we'll have what they call agricultural transformation centers, where also our farmers could also process their produce, at least to save it first for further industrial use, so that it will avert post-harvest losses. We intend to cut post-harvest losses barely up to like 10%. Some of the practitioners here, they know what I'm talking about. So by the time the special agro-processing zone come on board, we hope that before 2027, that these zones will be up and running. And it's going to help our farmers greatly. So you, as a prospective farmer, or if you are a farmer now, you'll be rest assured that the state government is prepared to support you so that you don't lose your produce. Hello? And the intention also is that from this special agro-processing zone, we'll be able to create a lot of jobs. Take off youth, you understand, from the street. You understand? And end hunger. From here, there will be opportunity for us to turn our produce to finished goods, packet them straight to export. Our destination is to ensure that Enugu State is able to export their produce. Next slide, please. Now, this is our project for our livestock. The government is establishing a modern ranch at Ubaho, where we'll be taking care of all our livestock issues, where we'll now have to strengthen our productivity, strengthen our veterinary infrastructure, because you can't do well in livestock without having a solid, sound veterinary structure, where we also, advance One Health approach, because we are concerned about what materials, chemicals that are being used in rearing our livestock. Hello? We are very concerned about the chemicals, about the things you use in rearing our livestock, because if you use harmful substances, it will affect our health. So, and also the focus also is to build capacity of our smallholder farmers. So if you're interested in going into livestock farming, not even if you're interested, I encourage you, because the government is now prepared to support you to thrive in your life, in livestock farming. Next slide, please. Next slide. Hello? Please go back. In March 2025, the governor approved the development of cocoa. I know it may sound strange to many people who feel or who know cocoa to be a crop that is being grown in the southwest. But let me shock you. Every part of Enugu State grows cocoa. If you look at this picture very well, you will see me in that photo, right? This is not southwest. This is in Eziago, in Heneke Lake. And if you go through the economics of cocoa, in today's market, 1 ton of cocoa is sold for $12,900. Punch your calculator with today's rate, $12,900. And by the special grace of God, with the variety of cocoa that we are developing in our nursery farm, it is possible that we'll get between 1.5 ton to 2 ton per hectare. 1 hectare takes 1,100 stands of cocoa. So this is the future for Enugu State agriculture and income generation. This is the future. I had once discussed with the convener, my mentor, the reverend, that I would like him to go into cocoa. That he should stop developing our land or building structures. That let us plant cocoa. Let us plant cocoa and make more money for our people. We could have cocoa estates, Kupen cocoa estates. I challenge you. I challenge you to actualize Kupen, Enugu State Kupen cocoa estate. Our projection is by 2027 that we should have had like 3,000 hectares of land across the local government planted with cocoa. And that means billions of naira for any local government that will take advantage of this. The governor has given directive that each local government will do 100 hectares of cocoa. So by 2027, Enugu State should be self-sufficient in the production of cocoa. The economics we put up here is just for the primary product. We excluded the value addition, which is where the main money is. So I encourage you that you should go into cocoa production. Currently, we have 200,000 seedlings that we have nursed between March to date, and they are all ready to be transplanted. Next slide. Now, when the government came on board, the government, after their analysis, after their asset audit, found out that we have dying moribund, our assets have gone moribund. And the governor moved into action to the rehabilitation of these assets, which gave a lot of money to this then Southeast, then Anambra State, when this southeastern region was known for agricultural exploit. Then we have the Enugu State United Palm Product, which is under rehabilitation and also employing a lot of youths and women. We have the Sunrise Flour Mill that is also under rehabilitation. We have just assigned 10,000 hectares to Sunrise Flour Mill for backward integration. They are going to be blending their flour with cassava. So Enugu State, in as much as it has been declared and known as the highest producers of cassava, the best varieties in Nigeria, will add more by next year. We have the Enugu vegetable oil, which is also an opportunity for investors here to approach the state so that these dying assets can be rehabilitated. Currently, we signed a 100 billion naira deal with Tribute and Songhai to rehabilitate the Enugu Songhai initiative at Heneke Lake. You need to visit Heneke Lake to see the potentials which God has, deposited in Enugu State in this particular location, sitting on 10,000 hectares. So we have the premier cashew industry, which is also under rehabilitation or under revitalization, with the National Cashew Association that has signed agreement with Enugu State to develop cashew domestic export warehouse for cashew. We hope that premier cashew industry will also bounce back to life. Next slide. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is my final word here. The business of agriculture in Enugu State has changed. We have a new sheriff in town, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, whose desire is that whatever concerns agriculture, whatever interventions that is being dished out in agriculture goes to the farmers. Most importantly, we know that 70% of our population here in Enugu are farmers, if not more. What it means is that our people in the rural areas, your brother, my brother, your father, my father, in the rural areas, needs to be supported. And that is what this government is doing. Currently, this government is also extending inputs down to the rural communities. No longer here in Enugu, where we sit in our offices, turn ourselves around our chair and say we have given input and we give it into the hands of, I'm a politician anyway, hands of politicians who are not farmers. Because this politician is a farmer. You understand? So I encourage you that you take advantage of what is happening in Enugu State now that we have a governor that is people-oriented, to join agriculture. Come to our office and we'll support you. And however, if you are from Enugu State or you live in Enugu State and you cast your vote in Enugu State, you have your PVC. That means you belong to a ward. So you are entitled to 1 hectare of land in all the farm estates that we're developing in Enugu State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Commissioner. Thank you very much. Can we give him another round of applause, please? So for those of you who did not vote, I don't know what you are going to say. Just register to vote. Tell your neighbor, do you have your PVC? Say, do you have your PVC? Because without it, you may not have land. The Honorable Commissioner said that it is not good to leave it in the hands of politicians. Please clap for him. And I think we should agree with him. The story was told about the U.S. farm colony, where some politicians were going to the capital and they had an accident and they fell into a pit in the farm. When the owner of the farm called them, he now said, he just buried them. The next day, the sheriff came and asked him, he said, sir, what happened to those people? We saw a car that had an accident. He said, yes, they were politicians who were leaving for the capital. And I said, what happened to them? He said, they have been buried. They asked him a very important question. He said, were they all dead? And I said, but you know politicians. Some of them said they were not dead, but can we believe them? So we just buried them like that. But we have a politician who said we can trust him, so put your hands together for him. So ladies and gentlemen, the next item very quickly is a discussion around geography, around what system development, and around document management, and around records keeping. With him at the height, the state's terrain of land, right, and administration is being reshaped. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, he has moved it to the peak of clarity. He has moved valleys of dispute flattened and rivers of transparency flowing. May I therefore bring the cartographer of Enugu's land destiny, mapping out truth where there was once fog. As MD of the NGs, he lays down the grid lines over chaos, surveying every plot, drawing boundaries over firm, and banishing double allocations, and giving citizens clear navigational charts for land ownership and governance. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I welcome to us, to speak to us at this point, the Managing Director of the Enugu Geographic Information System, Mr. Chiwetalu Mwatu. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. He's been sitting and listening to all of this. But whatever you can do as a farmer, if you don't have land, except of course, because Charis may tell us you can build on air, you can do farming on air. But before that is happening, you must start first to have land. I know he has like 7 minutes, but he will speak for 5 minutes. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for your time. I know we spent a lot of time here today. The graduates, congratulations once more. You guys are wonderful. I hope to see more of this from other people in the state going forward. I would like to stand on the existing protocols, and as I thank the convener of this program, the Copen Group, MD, and the chairman of Amadeo, Reverend Dr. Ugochime, for what he's doing here today. Really, I'm excited to be here because it's my first time to be in this program. I never knew it's been this wonderful. What we're seeing here actually reflects what we expect as a people, that those who've had opportunities over the years and who toiled to get to where they are should give back somehow to the society. This is exciting, really, to me, and I'm finding out that a group of people are being mentored and tutored to take over in these major fields of agriculture, ICT, and construction, building construction. Gives me a lot of joy. Now, what I do in the States is somewhat simple, and just like he said when he was stepping down, I mean the person moderating the program, we basically handle land administration in the States. Today, I'll tell you one critical resource, which you know that is limited everywhere, is land. Unfortunately for all of us, that resource, instead of being hugely a source of blessing, has become a source of worry because of several issues of land grabbing, double allocation, cases of overlapping, and fraud from several areas. So as I speak today, my focus basically will be on how do we ensure that all those things which we have to do on land today, everything we've talked about here has to be on the land. How do we ensure that we effectively approach this rightly and ensure that we have safe and convenient titles or land allocations to enable us work. In discussing this, there are a few things I would like to talk about. For those of you who not just from this state, who's been around issues on land administration, you understand that there has been a little shift on issues relating to land. Initially, it was, I would call it an evolution from just mere ministries of lands to where people get more definite about where their land is, structure, ability to see it, whether he's in America or Australia or anywhere, but to eyeball the coordinates of his property to ensure it's safe and sound and also know what is happening on his property. This is actually where we're headed to right now in discussing geographic information systems. That's the idea of what we're looking at. Ensuring that documentation, which is critical in this business today, is at the forefront of what we're doing. One thing is certain here. What has happened is so many states a lot of states have moved to this direction, trying to ensure that as much as possible, this land documentation is critical, and this resource that is scarce, that you make it available ensure that the resource is such that you get title, and possibly use it to fund your projects or assets. So I'll be talking from that perspective because I expect that as much as possible, all the things we're going to do here, like I said earlier, will be on the land infrastructure. So for us in the States, in 2024, the State's House of Assembly had to enact a law basically on this. And the idea is set up Enugu State Geographic Information System. When this was set up, it actually helped to ensure that certain clarity are brought into issues of land administration, things relating to GIS, and ensuring that as much as possible, these issues are well documented and delineated. Further after that, the state also had to set up the law on Land Use Regulation Act, which came up. Land Use Regulation came up in 2025, which designated several areas in the states as urban areas. What's important, what this law actually does for us is that it defined areas that were designated as urban, which involved over 14 local governments in the states and several locations. So it talked about land administration zones and responsibility of title holders. Why I'm spending time on this is the need for us to understand that these things are areas where we must look at to ensure that our land documentation and processing is done well. One key thing for us here, again, is if we don't even take any other thing from our discussions, please ensure that before you get into any land discussion in the state, that you take our time to get into the State Geographic Information System to be sure that this land is safe for your investments. Let's be sure that your relatives, or company are investing rightly to areas where you're sure that this land, you're getting value for what you're doing. For everybody here, beyond land, which is a fraction of what we're doing in GIS, I think the biggest part of this, which two other people have spoken to here, is the issue of data. That's where I think the money is. Because if you look, even if you've got to work on the customer land acquisition and documentation journey, which takes you from land acquisition to building to documenting or sale or any other thing you want to do, there's a whole lot of job on that value chain. And that's the value chain I want us to look at in also looking at data. There's a lot of money to be made from this space. Whether you're doing agriculture, whether you're doing IT, whether you're doing construction. So I encourage everybody to take our time, understand what we do, understand how you can go online and verify properties that you work with. Any property you want to work with, you can go to our website and be sure. If it's a property that is not yet registered, you can still get into our office to get information to ensure these properties are safe for your use. It's not advisable that we make money or that we toil and get into land that is fraudulent. Now, on the GIS part, it's also important we understand that on the data, there's a whole lot we can do using geoportals, which is a part I want also to those who are doing things in respect to IT to spend some time and understand. The spatial data infrastructure is a key area where you can make money. For most of the states in the country, I can tell you more than 50% of the data presently in the states will require cleanup, both in Enugu and other states. So it's a massive area for investment. It's a massive area to make money. So I enjoin all of you, especially those in that field, those in IT, to spend time and understand what happens in SDI, which is a part of GIS I'm talking about. Understand what happens in SDI, which is the spatial data infrastructure. Take advantage of it. Read it up. You can read it up, or you can also come to our place to get information. If you do that, you will see the opportunities in this space, which is critical. I want to stop here. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for him? I've been told that there are questions. Are there questions in the hall? If you have questions, can you raise your hand? For those who listen to questions, number 1, any other person? 2, and 1 on this side. 3. Just go straight to the point, your name and your question. No comments, no contribution.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the existing protocol. Please, I happen to know about NGs. That is Enugu Geographical So I came to process a land document that we have over the years. But the process was very cumbersome, that it took me more than 2 months, 3 months to come to the level I've gotten to. Please, sir, wouldn't it be a thing of joy if somebody is looking for a title, a way that it could be made simple for everybody to access land? Thank you.
All right, we have another question.
It was you, right? Can I just speak to that? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm also standing on the existing protocol. My question is, my name is E.E. Enyichukwu. You talked about there are places that are called urban areas. Just like some villages or the local government we call there are urban areas and there are villages. What I want to ask is the lands in the inter-villages that are not urban areas, what are the values of registration compared to that of the urban areas, like the one you call urban areas and the one you call the village areas? For example, in Abani village, down inside Amapo village, do you have to register the land if it is your ancestral land before being used? Thank you.
All right, we have one more. There's one person who raised his hand there. Was it you, sir?
Peter Nkwo is my name. I have 2 questions. One has been tangentially asked there, that if my father's land is within the area that designated as now urban, so do I have to register my father's land to be the legitimate owner? Number 2, when I came to your designated points of registration, I discovered that some areas in Enugu was not in the areas identified for registration. Do I have to register? In fact, I tried to register. They say, no, hold on. What is the status of registration in those areas that were not in your list? Thank you very much.
All right, sir. So there's a question that says how about self-help. How automated are your systems for individuals to be able to just process and help themselves to do registration?
Okay, thank you. I'll start with his question first. Thank you. You said you spent some time there. What has happened, if you listen to me here, I talked about data. What has happened is that we're moving from a manual system to a digitalized system. So that's why we had delays. And that speaks to why I said that those who are doing ICT here, there's a lot of opportunity in the space. There's a whole lot of things because data, like they tell you, is the new oil. And there's so much that needs to be done in building data. So what we are doing right now is digitizing the old documents. Some have been done and we're doing it in batches. Maybe yours was part of those that has not been done at that point in time. But for those we've done, you can go online, do your search at home, anywhere you are, and get your details in less than 1 minute. So sorry about what's happened, but after this meeting, you can also give me details of it. Let me also check whether it's been sorted out. Thank you. Okay, the next person talks about whether his father's land, whether his ancestral land, whether he's going to register it before using it. I think that's what you said. You don't need to register your ancestral land before using it. That's far from what we're discussing. You see, what we're talking about this registration and documentation is to help you and help me for tomorrow. It's not, if you listen to me well, I'm not discussing revenue first. It's about land documentation, which has been a key issue, not just for villages and communities, but to states and countries. Today, the real cost, and I'll name countries for you, the real cost of the war between Russia and Ukraine is land. So what we're saying is that this is an age-long problem. And we're trying to see how we'll deal with this age-long problem beyond today. So if we get people to understand the need to document land, not for revenue, but document land because who knows how long I will live. So if I don't document the land I own, there's a likelihood that somebody comes in tomorrow to forge documents and claim it's his own. That's why I talked about forgery, talked about double allocations, and talked about overlap. So we need to first understand the reason why we're into this. The reason is to protect our own interests, not for government to take your land. So you don't need to do that to build. And what you just need to do is do your building within your ancestral home, depending on where it is. Then try and keep your documentation intact so that tomorrow, even if you're not in the country and somebody comes claiming your land, your documents can validate the rights ownership of that land. So that's what we're talking about. Thank you. So he asked, Mr. Peter asked whether his father's land, I guess, sorry, it's the same thing I talked about. I talked to it? Okay, good. Then you talked about status of registration in certain areas. Good. Like I said earlier, we have to do this in phases. The entire state is big. The key urban area, the capital city of Enugu today, basically is between Enugu North, Enugu South, part of Udi, part of Enugu East. It's a massive land size. We do not have these documents, I can tell you. So what we are doing right now is digitizing these entire documents. Some of these documents were done with surveys that the modes of survey at the time, maybe were done in 1920s, some done in 18-something. So we're doing conversions today to ensure they are aligned with the existing systems. So that's part of the problems we face. So the part you're saying that we are not yet there, I'm sure in a while, maybe within the net, because we've actually purchased drones to help us do more work. Within the state now, we've got some drones to help us do a whole lot of work to cover this. So between now and December, I'm sure that areas not covered will be covered. If you're also aware, you know that there are certain adverts we're doing today telling not just property owners to come, but also surveyors to come and bring their survey diagrams. Reason being that we want to see the entire survey diagrams of areas where we're working within the urban area. If it's somewhere where we're not yet sure that we're covering today, where it's not registered, maybe not registered survey is done, let's digitize it, bring it to the table, ensure we decide those areas and plot it out to cover the individual plots you have. These are things we're doing right now. So I enjoin everybody to be part of this. It's not just about revenue. The revenue is at the end. Having genuine titles, confirmed ownership is a critical part of what we're doing. Land, like I tell people, has become more important than even money today. Let's take advantage and protect our investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him some more. When you see those who do their thing by themselves, you will understand. He's an expert. He's willing to answer any questions. Please clap for him again. Now we have solved the problem of knowing where the land is. The next problem we want to solve is the problem of what to farm on the land. Hello? Hello? So in every field there must be a sower, one who plants the seeds of knowledge, nurtures growth, and patiently cultivates success. And this is the man I'm about to bring up. Under his stewardship, his business, his farm, has become more than a business. It is a fertile ground where farmers cultivated just carefully every crop and they grow it with success. He believes that when you invest in the farmer, the farm will flourish. That's why he is in the trenches every day, training people in every locality in Nigeria. He's turning knowledge into fertilizer and experience into rain, ensuring that no farmer is left to weather the seasons alone. And so, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome a seasoned agriculturist, a visionary leader, one who doesn't just oversee operations, he walks the furrows alongside our farmers with the heart of a grower and the wisdom of a harvester. He trains, mentors, and handholds our growers through every stage of their journey, from seed to bounty. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the root that strengthens, the sunlight that inspires, the rain that refreshes, and the soil of agribusiness across Nigeria. He's a practical trainer, one who is willing to take your business to the next level. Let's welcome the manager of Koschari's Farms, Mr. Chinedu Okere. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to speak to us. Very practical, very hands-on, and you'll be shocked of what you will hear that is happening in Nigeria that many of us did not know. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Hello. Yes, you are welcome to this session. I have already been introduced, and you can also see it there. Actually, by education, I am an accountant. I'm a chartered accountant, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. But by practical solutions, I am a farmer. And I am very much proud of telling people and professing it anywhere that I am a farmer. Yes. So, when this topic came up, when I was invited to speak on this topic, thriving in times like this, I saw it that, yes, this is the time to showcase what farmers can do and also to tell you what you can do in order to ensure that you thrive in times like this. Please, can you do it there? It's not, yeah. This is not going. Okay. Yeah, these are some of the areas we'll look at. Still continue. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking up the word thrive in the dictionary. You see that it means successful, strong, healthy, and then also there are some other synonyms associated with it. And you see that this word does not mean just surviving. No. Doesn't mean just that I'm surviving. No. It means that you are motivated. You are connected. You know, you are living a purposeful life. And just like we showed on the first slide, you saw the young man who was being hit by the times like this. And the young lady who is already thriving in times like this. Yeah. Yeah, next slide, please. I think. Yeah. Okay. And also, when you now look at difficult times, you see that difficult times are times of hardship, setbacks, and others. You know? And there are characteristics of these difficult times. These characteristics include, one, temporariness. They are just very temporary. It doesn't last forever. And also, you see commonality. Commonality, it can happen to anybody. It can happen to anybody. Anybody can have difficult time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, looking at some of the quotes, some notable quotes on this topic, on this subject, look at Bob Richards saying that it may sound strange, but many champions are made champions by setbacks. And you have the difference between a strong man and a weak man is that the former does not give up after a defeat. That is by Woodrow Wilson. Then, looking at the next one, life doesn't get easier or more forgiving. We get stronger and more resilient. That is Steve Maraboli. Then, from the Japanese, they tell you 4 or 7 times. Rise up 8. Yes. So you just have to continue rising up. Don't look at failure. Don't see it that you are falling. Continue rising up. Rise up more than your fall. I know, to some people, they may think I am a motivational speaker, but no. I am going to tell you our practical agriculture. We just want to start with these. Please, next slide. Okay. And looking at the pathways, how do I navigate through difficult times? You now look at how do you prioritize your self-care, your sleep, you make sure you have time, you do all those, and then embrace positive mindset, build positive environment, that's having people with positive mind around you. And then you now look at, you have to create steady income. Create steady income around you. Create steady income around you. And the next one, ensure your home is food secured. And this is where we are going now into agriculture. Please go to the next slide. And then when you look at agriculture, you see that like in 2024 in Nigeria, agriculture contributed highest to the GDP, 25% to Nigeria's GDP in 2024. And with that, you can see the importance agriculture plays in the nation's economy. Yeah? Okay. The current situation we have in Nigeria, most agribusiness practices are at subsistence level. They're either by individuals or households. And again, many youths lack the interest. So many youths don't want to be associated with agriculture. Unfortunately, they want to eat, but they don't want to be associated with agriculture. So this is a very confusing aspect of it. Underutilized land and idle human resources. Then, access to funds Because for agriculture, for most part of agriculture, you need patient capital. That is capital that you pay back over a long period of time. So you don't have that access. So these are some of the bane of agriculture. Very old, unproductive practices, So you have all those. And then what do we do? What we need to do now is, as individuals, as communities, as cooperatives, in fact, as groups, we have to make a strategic vision to say that agriculture, we are going to use it as an empowerment tool and also as a job creation platform, and also use it to eradicate poverty. In that, you have to focus on training, input provision, market linkages. So all these are very important in making sure that you are a good farmer. Yeah. Okay. And one of the first things you must realize when you want to be a farmer or you want to go into agribusiness is that agriculture requires a lot of hand-holding. What has happened to the artisans we are celebrating today is the hand-holding aspect. Is the hand-holding that they have already received. If you want to be a farmer or you want to go into agribusiness, it is not for somebody who you have lost your job. You take your gratuity, go and enter into farming. You fail. You are earning salary. You want to have a second salary. You go and carry your salary or borrow money from your company. Go into agriculture. You fail. You have lost your job. You go to the bank. Go and borrow money. Let me join these people into agriculture. You fail. Because agriculture is 70% hand-holding. Excuse me. That hand-holding aspect is very important. And the most important, you can't wish it away. 70% hand-holding. 20% a science. And 10% an art. This art is the one of passion. That is where your passion is. Don't use 70% passion to enter into agriculture. You fail. Oh, I'm very much passionate about poultry business. You go and set up your poultry. All of them will die. You understand? So the hand-holding aspect is very important and must be done. You have to go and learn from someone who knows it. Yeah. So then we also have to do that. We have to prioritize training. We have to prioritize training. If you want to do it individually, you must attach yourself with somebody who is in the value chain you want. That value chain you so much like. Attach yourself to the person and make sure that you get some training. Yeah, please, can you go back? Yeah. Okay. Another thing is enlist and map interested for maybe is a group. After that hand-holding, it is only those who are successful during the hand-holding exercise that should be supported. I am telling everyone here today, do not give money to your relation that is idle. Is idle. He has not learned anything, and you tell him go and start agriculture with this 1 million naira. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you do it, you are throwing away your money. So, and that hand-holding aspect is very, very important. And if there is an opportunity, like what Copen is doing, if there is an opportunity for somebody to enroll into farming or into any agribusiness, please take that opportunity. Let the person learn it. And then when the person learns it and is successful, start funding. Don't fund anybody who is idle, who has not done the hand-holding. Yeah. And again, we look at how do I de-risk? Because one of the major issues in agriculture is that people look at it that there are a lot of risk. I agree. But you can de-risk it. You can remove the risk around agriculture. how do you de-risk agriculture? The first is that you should fund only those who are successful during the hand-holding. That is a long way in de-risking. Make sure the person you want to fund to do anything in agriculture has already learned from somebody who is doing it. Then, 2, give limited cash. Give limited cash. Try to fund more with inputs. Fund more with inputs. And then the cash will not be just like a working capital. Then, also, if you want to go into it, check around. There will be market linkages. Just like somebody was advising, if you may have somebody who is into poultry and another person is into crop production, you know that there are market linkages. This person will use the poultry dung to do what he's doing. Yeah, so there is already market linkage. So make sure that you use that. Poultry contains very high nitrogen. And you know, when you have NPK, when you say you want to buy fertilizer, NPK, nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus. So when you have nitrogen, nitrogen will help the crop to vegetate and be green, you know. So you now have somebody who is into poultry production or piggery or rabbit farming. Then you have already solved almost half of your fertilizer requirement. Yeah. And then ensure that investments are ensured. When the commissioner was speaking, he talked about the government ensuring the fields of the farmers, about 9,000 farmers. That's a very big one. Make sure that your agribusiness is insured. Don't do without insurance. And another thing is, don't insure directly. Insure through a broker. Insure through a broker. If you insure directly, you may not be able to face all the English. If there are some insurance people here, apologies. But I'm telling you the truth, that brokers are the ones, both of you speak the same language. While the farmer will face his job, then you both can speak the language. What I need is for you to indemnify me if there is any issue. Yeah. Okay. And when you want to look at all this, you now say, okay, you have already done the training. You have already created safety nets around you. That is the risk, the agriculture. And now you say, okay, I want to go into poultry. When you are going into poultry, we checked for 100 beds. It will cost you about 630,000 to nurture them. Within 35 to 45 days, that's 6 to 8 weeks, your broiler is ready. 6 to 8 weeks, your broiler is ready. You sell. So you make 900,000 with a profit of 270, and that's about 43%. Yes. It's just as simple as that. If you don't do hand-holding, don't go there. But if you did hand-holding, then the next thing is the risk. And then go there. You will succeed. Rabbit farming. Like I mentioned to some people, we had some conversations yesterday. Rabbit farming is a gold mine, which so many people don't know. You know, rabbit, what does it eat? Rabbit eats grasses. Sometimes you also give it poultry feed. But each rabbit, normally the period within which rabbit gives birth is 1 month, 30 days. And it will produce about minimum of 7. Minimum. So you buy your rabbit about 10,000 naira, and then 1 month, it gives birth. It wanes for 8 weeks. That's 2 months. Then you cross it again. And then you keep producing. You will even have a sell pressure. You have a pressure to sell because the production will be everywhere. And just like I told you, you know one thing with rabbit. If you have rabbit and there is a place they are supposed to deliver. The day rabbit crosses, let me say it in this word. The day rabbit gets pregnant, you must document that date. And when you document it, so that when it is 27, 28 days, you put it into the locker where it will deliver. It doesn't want anybody to see it. It doesn't want anybody to see. So you put it and hide it in that locker. And when it is there, it will give birth and you continue feeding it. And it will be accepting the feed. But by the time you expose it and it sees that it is delivering them in the open, it will attack and be killing all those children. You understand? It attacks and kills the children, the kids. Sorry, they are called kids. So that is why, this hand holding is very important. Because if you hear that by the time I have 10 rabbits, and then in 6 months' time, I'm going to make 1.6 million, and I will use 300,000 as my investment. There is money. You rush into it. It's a problem. So please, it is very important you look at it that way. And for rabbit again, rabbit is a money spinner. I'm just even calculating only when you are selling the rabbit as the animal itself. Because the meat is like chicken meat. It's white meat. It is something that you would like to eat. Yes. The urine of rabbit is the best insecticide, fungicide. So if you plant ugu, you plant any vegetable anywhere, and then instead of all those insects or whatever, or other viruses or fungi to be disturbing it, please use it. You can use your spray machine to spray it. Spray all of them. They won't come around there. They won't disturb you. And again, mix the rabbit urine and the dung and use it as your fertilizer. One of the best fertilizers. At least it should be second. It should be second to frass. It's second to frass. I don't know if you know what is frass for people who are into agriculture, because we are still going to talk about that. That is under black soldier fly farming, BSF. In BSF, you don't even spend anything, but we'll go there, So rabbit urine mixed with the dung is the best fertilizer. And you can make a whole lot of money from that. As we speak today, 25 liters of rabbit urine is sold for 50,000 naira. Yes, 25 liters. So when you are building your cage, you have to build it to be able. The person speaking has some. You understand? And you have to build it in such a way that the urine will be coming down. It will be coming into a drum that you have set. You sell it a lot of money. You sell the dung. Nothing wastes. There's zero waste in rabbit. Yeah. Then we look at cucumber. See cucumber. 1 hectare of cucumber, it will take you about 500,000 naira as at today, including everything in the EOP, in the economics of production. It will take you about 500,000 naira to produce. And how many, from the day you plant cucumber, the day it sprouts, till the day you start harvesting, is how many days? 40 to 45 days. 40 to 45 days, you start harvesting. And you harvest every 3 days. Every 3 days. You can harvest for 12 or 13 times. A whole lot of money. And the first time you are planting, you may make just 100% profit. But because you have already bought your bamboo, you have already set your irrigation, maybe you are using spring irrigation. You have already bought all those ones. So that's why the profit will be low during the first cycle. The second, third cycle, the profit will be very high. 300, 400%. Yes, 300, 400%. That's what you make, because what you can call your fixed asset, all those bamboo and the irrigation strings, you have already bought them and installed. Yeah. So see the kind of money you make. You spend 500,000, you get a revenue of 1.2 million. So the profit of 700,000, and this is 140%. So, and are you telling me you won't do it? You don't need to be even a full-time farmer. You are a worker, working in government office, working in private sector, have a farm, plant your cucumber, go and learn. Go and learn. You know, we also have online sessions. We have online sessions, we train people. And we nurture you, we do what we call online incubation service. And we follow you up. You ensure that you make some money. Remember, I told you before, one of the ways you thrive in times like this is by having some steady income. And also having food security in your house. And these are some of the ways. Then you look at mixed vegetable. Mixed vegetable, you can use on 1 hectare of land. Within 6 months, you can make about 950,000. When you have spent maximum 440. Yes. And you keep making money. This one is only on the vegetable itself. If you have very good species, the seeds are also very high cost. And again, when you are planting all these, like vegetables, you now have rabbit. Even the stems or whatever you want to throw away, you give it to rabbit. Then if you have black soldier fly farming, the other wing of your house, whatever you want, all the debris in your house, all the waste in your house, you throw them into the black soldier fly tank. And the black soldier fly will be multiplying because that is the best protein for all the animals, fish and others. You see people. Now, if you start black soldier fly farming, so many people you don't know, in Enugu, in other adjoining states, will want you. In fact, they will know about you and they will be calling you. But you won't know how they got to know about you. People are making money from it. And also, when they eat all those waste, you know there are some that fall on the floor. Those ones that fall on the floor while they are eating, it's called frass. That is called frass. And that frass is the best fertilizer. The best, followed by rabbit urine and dung. Before you even start talking of poultry dung and the cow dung and then pig, you know. Yeah. So we go to another part of agriculture, which is aggregation of grains. Oh, sorry, I think I am being told that time is almost up. Okay, maybe we may not go too much far. Yeah, but aggregation of grains. And then we also have palm oil aggregation and then vegetable and fruit shops. All these are ways you can make a whole lot of money. Please help me to move it. Okay, so I have included some of the areas where you can get loans for agriculture, for small-scale businesses. Please, the first slide, go back to the last slide, to the previous slide, sorry. Okay, no? Yeah. Yeah, these are where some of the places where you can get loans. There are a whole lot of loans, but these are loans that are friendly for small-scale agro-businesses, you know. And then please go to the next one. These are grants. For grants, there are also processes that you need to follow to get this grant. It's not that you have started business, you go and apply to Tony Lumelu Foundation, they give you no, or MasterCard, or whatever. There are processes you must follow. Remember, when somebody was speaking here, he said a registered business is a trusted business. So you may also have to register your business. Because if you operate as an individual, you operate as Chinedu Okere, you go to the bank, they won't trust you. But if you operate as Chinedu Nigeria Limited, you get more credibility. Or Chinedu Enterprises, registered with all the government organizations that regulatory bodies you register with. That's better. So these are areas, places where we can get grants. Please, next slide. And in starting any business, please, these are some of the critical steps you must follow. We have the idea validation and market research, business planning and Lego structure, funding and the financial management. Next slide. Yeah, the fourth one is building a strong foundation, marketing and sales, and then adapting and growing. Then go next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the challenges you may have, and also we have told you some of these challenges. All these challenges are very surmountable, very, very surmountable. So please go to the next slide. And when you do that, these are some of the outcomes we expect. That we expect a creation of projected number of agribusinesses. For example, we can say, okay, we have 100 people. Out of that 100 people, if we can get 70% of them that we set up by March next year, that is a huge success. Increased income and employment in Nigeria or in Enugu State or in your community. Stable supply of agricultural products. Strengthen local economy and market activity. And also you attract other communities to come and buy from your community because where you are producing, it wasn't there before. Yeah. Okay, and my final thoughts now. Now, we don't just want to survive. We want to thrive. Even when the times are hard, we want to be prosperous, successful, and triumphant, making significant incomes, feeding our communities, and creating recognized agro-hubs and other new opportunities. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for him. All right, we will take questions later, but for now, let's give him a round of applause. We apologize that we are not able to harvest a lot from him. He's a living encyclopedia of modern agriculture. Please put your hands together for him. May I especially appreciate one man who gave me my first grant to start my small business. He's the managing director of AG Mortgage Bank PLC. Let's welcome and appreciate for his presence, Mr. Ngozi Anyogu. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We thank you for the honor. Welcome, sir. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next item very quickly will be to welcome 3 people up on board. One of them, of course, is a scholar, a strategist, and a true builder of homes and hope. Is a professor indeed. With every of his seminars and workshop and publication, he places brick and helps to ensure that the society understand what true affordable housing means. May I welcome Professor Timothy Olugbenga Nubi. He stands as both an architect and a cornerstone. And as well, he's not just laying foundations, he's constructing frameworks for sustainable and inclusive shelter for all. Please put your hands together for him. Even if he writes a small paper with his hand, professors are picking it to turn to lecture notes. Please clap for him. Thank you very much, sir. The real advocate of potential shelter, structures, and dignity, and communities built to last. Thank you very much. May I also invite one man who is not only known in the area of business, but also in the area of housing. He has helped people to identify their skills, identify their ambition, and also be able to build houses where they can live in. Because a man with ambition who has no house to live will not be able to work from home. May I invite our Group Managing Director for COPEM Group and our convener, Reverend Dr. Ugochukwu Chime. Please put your hands together for him. It is not easy to do this kind of business and still be a man of God. Please put your hands together for him. Because they are going to sign an MOU, we will invite somebody who is trusted somebody you can give your money to is that kind of person you can trust to witness this agreement. So who else should I call than the managing director of AG Mortgage Bank PLC, Mr. Ngozi Anyogo, to come and help us witness this. Please put your hands together for him. I remembered, was it this year or last year, I called the name and I said, Mrs. I said, this is the last time I'll make this mistake. Please put your hands together for him. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I therefore invite the one who is a man who builds with vision, who has reinforced concrete holding together the dream of affordable housing in Nigeria. And he has also been one whose lecture we have stolen to turn to policy documents, future plans, and developers' blueprint. Let's welcome Professor Timothy Nubi to say a few words.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Oh my God. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as a very, very quick one, as many of us that have Wi-Fi or access to data, help me quickly Google and search for this information. How many universities turned polytechnic in China? I just need an answer. Universities turned to polytechnic in China. I just want to have the quick answer to it. We want to position why we are here and why we are doing what we are doing. Universities turned to polytechnic in China. How many of us have gotten it? How many? Shout it. 600 universities in China. They turn to what? Polytechnic. If you read what is under it, can you help me give that man microphone to read what is under, the reason why they changed them? Microphone, please. Let him read the reason given for changing those 600. In Nigeria, we have about 175 universities. Even Yaba College of Tech, that was the first polytechnic, they've turned it to university. Even Lagos State Polytechnic became university about 3 years ago. But China turned 600 universities to polytechnic. What was the reason, sir?
Okay. So China converted about 600 universities to polytechnics so as to reduce too much academic theory that doesn't guarantee jobs. They want their polytechnics to focus on engineering and technology and technical courses. In China, vocational college graduates also had a slightly higher average starting salary compared to graduates from China's top 100 universities.
Are the artisans clapping for themselves? You are not clapping. You are not happy. That is the way to go. Those of us that are here today, you are the change that the nation has been waiting for. Do you hear what I've said? My next birthday, I'll be 65. Thank God we were born in the same beautiful year, 1961, with the convener, my great brother. There are very few places I go now. And there are very few friends I maintain. Because at 60, you don't need many friends. You are not dressing to impress anyone. We are not doing anything to satisfy anyone. You have done your best. If you give me a flight ticket now, I'm scared. Because we don't even see flight. We don't see traveling as fun again. We've seen it all. These 2 legs has visited every part of this world. Every part of Africa. Every part of Nigeria. But when he called me to come, as one of the few friends that are in our circle, I had no choice but to come. Because I believe in what he's doing. I was here last year, and I'm happy to be here again this year. Because a revolution is happening. If you are been here since yesterday, and you are here again today, and by this time next year, you are still struggling with poverty, no church in Nigeria can deliver you. No deliverance minister. Call Adeboye. Call Umar Pai. Let 3 of them with Winners Chapel. Baba Bishop. Let them lay hands on you. Nothing. This is the message. This is what is going on here. If you know, if God could open your eyes and see angels dancing in heaven, you will rejoice. Because the children of God, people have been in captivity. And Romans chapter 8 says, he said the creation is under pain. Waiting for the manifestation of the sons of men. People are in poverty. People are in pain. And one of the manifestations that the creation has been waiting for is what we are seeing through him. Let's put our hands together for our brother. You see, I will give 2 examples of professors. We have had so many things today. I'm a professor of more than 15 years. My total annual salary that the university paid me, my take home, is less than 8 million in a year. But when we went for the art exhibition, we saw an artwork that was sold for 8 million. And they asked that man, how long did it take you? He said 1 week. So somebody did artwork for 1 week that is equivalent to my own 1 year salary as a professor. So when you are hearing shift, you should know what you are in for. A professor many years back, about 5 years ago, you can Google it. Because nobody can gather you together today and be lying to you. You can always cross-check through AI. You can cross-check. You can type. How much is the take-home of Nigerian professor? AI will tell you. Google will tell you. No secret again under the earth. A professor in UK, about 5 years ago, had a plumbing problem. Had a problem with his plumbing, and he invited the plumber. While the plumber fixed the gum, the glue, so he sat and was waiting for the something to dry. Then he mistakenly saw the professor's pay slip. And out of curiosity, he asked him, old professor with gray hair, He said, Prof, is this your salary? He said, yes, that's my salary. He was thinking it was big. He said, yes, that's my take home. That's my salary. And the man asked, is it for 1 week or for 30 days? He says, a month's salary. The man said, if I should make this in 3 days, I will cry. He said, your 30-day salary, if within 3 days, that's what I made. He said, I will cry. What are we saying? China saw it, and China shifted. They shifted from all this white collar to blue collar. And that is the way of the future. For as many of us that will embrace what is being shared here. The way of the future is artisan. But when we look at the real estate value chain, land acquisition to infrastructure development, from infrastructure development to the actual construction of the houses, to sales, to maintenance. But it's one thing to build a house, it's another thing to have people to maintain it. Like my friend always say, if you have a good car and you don't have a good mechanic, he said you don't have a car. No matter how expensive your car is, once you don't have a good mechanic, you don't have a car. And it's only in Nigeria you see mechanic removing a component. I said, why are you removing? He said, it's not good, it's not useful. But like we have heard today, the future belongs to us. We are the ones that are running it. It is sad that in the construction sector where I belong to, we import artisans from Togo, and Nigerians were driving tricycle and Okada. Nigerians are driving tricycle and Okada. And there's one thing that is certain. Every Okada person have the potential of becoming blind after riding it for about 30 days. You go and ride Okada one day and see the pulse that will come from your eyes the following day. Now see somebody who wrote this thing for 25 years. Because of the skill gap in the real estate sector that is pulling back the country. Because one thing we have still not understood about the real estate industry is that it is the driver that will take this country out of poverty. All over the world, real estate accounts for 70%, 71% of the global wealth. When you see any nation, the wealth of that nation, 71% of it is in real estate. 51% in residential. Other estate, 20%. All these agro, MTN, communication, they were just 29%. And unfortunately in this country, unfortunately in most states, emphasis is not being laid on this real estate. And therefore we see a problem through the value chain. Lack of capacity. If you have money today in Nigeria, and you say you want to build 10,000 houses in this Enugu, and there's money for it, you can't deliver because you can't get the building material except you import. You can't get wood to do roofing sheets. You can't get wood to do the doors and windows. You can't. There is lack of capacity. And when you even have the materials, to have the workforce to put it in proper place is lacking. It's all these things we noticed throughout the real estate value chain that led to the establishment of the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development. That was what led to the establishment of housing Center for Housing and Sustainable Development. Center for Housing and Sustainable Development is to develop capacity throughout the value chain. And by the special grace of God, we are doing short courses, we are doing master's program, we are doing PhD program in the center since its inception. It's a center that started to fill the gap, and we thank God for where we are. And the MOU between the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria and the center, he facilitated it about 10 years ago. How do we extend the work of the center to this part of the country? That is what we are signing today. That the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development at the University of Lagos will be working with Copen College to advance knowledge across the real estate value chain. That it becomes easier for us, it becomes more accessible for people in this part. And we co-produce knowledge together with the university, the college, Copen College, and the university. That is what we are signing today. And what you are graduating from today is not the end. It's not the end of learning. Like we are being told today that learning is continuum. It's now life learning. Because the knowledge you are acquiring now, this day, by the end of December, is outdated. So that's why you have to keep on learning. You have to keep on moving higher. Move to different things. Be abreast of what is going on. You can push this basic learning to actually to become PhD. I started from Polytechnic. I had my OND, I had my HND. I had my OND in Ogun State Polytechnic. I had my HND. But before I actually attended, I learned draftsmanship, how to draw building plan. I learned it. I did freedom. I got my certificate before I moved to the university, before I moved to Polytechnic. So, the fact that you have started, you have done this one today, is not the end. You can push it that in the next 5 or 10 years, you are talking, one or two of you that are here today can be saying that I am a PhD holder in this my own area. In this my own area, I've advanced knowledge in this my own area. It's a big pleasure for me to sign this MOU to the glory of God and the benefit of mankind. Thank you so much.
These signatures are authentic. This document has been elevated from something done in a business center to a document for the transformation of lives. Please put your hands together for that. We have somebody witnessing. So have you shown him the document to witness? So we'll now take pictures. 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 This is very important. Today we open the future of people who will be professors in housing matters, professors in plumbing, professors in mending leaking roof. You can just be professor of anything in the future. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, are we happy for this significant contribution and signature? Please. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we still happy? Yeah, I understand. Are we good? Yeah, thank you for not cooperating. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we do it. You know how you are very majestic people, wonderful people. You've been sitting since morning. And I don't ask you to stand up quickly because I don't know your condition, what you ate in the morning. You can come out. So at your pace, the way your body is telling you, can we just rise gently? Just rise up gently. At your pace, at your pace. If you like jumping up, you do. If you like going up small, small. But just make sure you're standing. Make sure you're standing. I did this in one place. I didn't know that there were 4 people who didn't take their BP medication. We had to look for ambulance. So I asked people now to go up at their own pace. So just shake your hands with the person to your right and to your left. Shake hands with that person. Just shake hands with 1 or 2 people. Tell them there is hope for us. We can do better. No matter what is happening in the country, things will be better for us. Remember, I told you that the next person sitting next to you may be announced commissioner next week or next month, or be called to be a minister. So just tell them, if you become a minister, please remember that we have shared with a seat today. Don't forget me. Tell them this one. If I become minister, you can also call me. And I will pick your call. Please take your seats. Take your seats. Are we good? Is there somebody who came here without a recharge card in his phone? Is there somebody who needs recharge card? Those people that they barred your line, have they unbarred it? So are we ready now? All right, we are going to start very quickly. I'll just do this very quickly so that we can take it. We'll start off with those with Airtel lines. Are you here? Airtel. All right. Can you put in the code now very quickly? This is not a time to have low battery. Are we ready? Are we ready? Oh yeah, let's go. 18-25-89-25-41-26-33. Who has it? Who? There's one guy somewhere here that will bar from participating. It's the guy, that's him. Please, let's clap for him. That guy, I need to investigate what work he was doing before he came here. All right, let's take another one. Are we ready? Airtel, are we ready? All right, let's take this one. 1720-4975-4299-7706. Who has it? It can't be that guy again. Oh. From where? From there. Please clap for them, clap for them, clap for them. Those guys. If you didn't load before, there's a problem. You know, by the time you didn't load your card or you don't have data or airtime, the one that you want to load will go and check first whether there's something inside. That's why it's not loading for some of you. So tomorrow when you are coming, buy airtime at home. Okay, let's try one more. Let's try one more. Are we ready? 07 19 92 55 40 58 6375. Airtel. Airtel. Who was it? From that side? Who? Your line will soon be bad. Do you do sharing? Do you know how to share airtime? Share for that your neighbor now. See the way he's looking at you. All right, are there MTN people? MTN, are we ready? Are we ready? MTN, you remember the code? You remember the code? If you don't know the code, that means they have been dashing you airtime since. You have not been buying. So let's take MTN quickly. Oh yeah, let's go. 16 75 14 42 39 57 80 179. Who has it? From where? Graduate? Somebody from there. Are you a graduate or their bodyguard? You are their bodyguard. Please put your hands together for him. MTN 1 gone. Let's take another one. MTN, quickly. MTN. 05 03 74 88 14 68 18 429. Who has it? From where? These artisans, they're not teaching you how to load recharge card for class. Eh? They didn't teach you how to load recharge card. Some of you will have carryover. You must do that course. Who loaded it? Nobody. I'll be the person there outside. That one has not gone. Oh. Should I take it again? So who got it? The person is outside. Who? You have used it, sir. All right, let's take this one. 14 13 74 05 68 70 96 734. Let's see who has it. Who has it? Auntie, you are shaking your phone for network to enter. Who has it? Wow, congratulations. Congrats. Do we do more? We should do more. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to ICT. And this time around, we have some of our guests who will be talking to us very quickly. Permit me, therefore, to welcome one who is an engineer with over 25 years of programming experience. He's one, of course, who started off when it was impossible. We didn't understand what coding was. In the early days of Nigerian digital awakening, He booted his journey as an engineer from the University of Nigeria. And over 25 years later, he has evolved from a lone developer to a leader in the industry, not only in the Southeast, but the entire African sub-region. He's the founder and CEO of Digital Dreams. He has hardwired innovation into the region and scaling his company from a single office to a multi-branch IT powerhouse across many states. Today, Digital Dreams is more than a company. It is a regional server empowering transformation across government, education, health, and enterprises. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome, for his very, very introduction and deep speech, the digital engineer Edoga A. Chukwudi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Please clap for him, clap for him. He's a certified GIS expert, Google Business Group lead in Enugu, and a relentless advocate for user-friendly design, always debugging complexity in the user end.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure being here. And many of us understand what it means, understand what it is to thrive in a very difficult period. And if you look at that picture if you look back, you will see a picture of a seed coming out from a very dry land. This is what it looks like to thrive in a difficult period. My name is still Edoga Alba Chukwudi. I'm the CEO of Digital Dreams. And I want us to be able to look more on the skills. I'm also a storyteller, so I like telling stories. I will tell you a story. 10 years ago, here in Enugu, when you talk about digital skills, when you talk about programming, when you talk about software development, UI, UX, mobile application development, some people will be looking, half of the population will be looking at you like you don't understand what you are doing, like you are speaking French. If I should take it like 10, 15 years ago when we started, when you say you are a software developer, people will be asking you if you are a Yahoo person. That is what people will think. But right now, we are in a situation where we have a government and a time where these skills are powering technologies. These skills are powering businesses. The question is, what role do we intend to play in such era? We are in the era of artificial intelligence. We hear it a lot. We are in the era of blockchain. The question we should ask ourselves, sitting down here, is, what role do we intend to play in that era? Right? And this comes to what I always tell people, right? For every era, there are things that you need to know. When we are in the agricultural era, you need to know how to cultivate. You need to what? Know how to build things, farm, rear your crops, and things like that. Those are important. We move to the industrial age. Things were important, like knowing how to what? Create machines, use machines, and actually do industrial processes. But right now, we are in the information age. The question is, what role are we playing? And the good thing I always say is that technology is an enabler. When I mean that, what it really means, if you understand what that means, it means that for everything you are doing, technology can help you what? Accelerate it. Technology can help you get to bigger places, and technology can help you what? Push it to bigger boundaries. Now, what do you understand? If you understand this really, I'm also talking to the artisans, right? You guys have skills right now, isn't that? You have the skills. You have been satisfied. But the question now is, you should understand that technology can also help you do what? Reach better markets, right? Some of you are in Enugu, but your market is not only here in Enugu, true or false? It means that you should be able to use technology to what? Advance what you are doing, be able to access better markets, and you should also be able to use technology to do what you are doing better. There are also new tools, new technologies that can help you do what you are doing better, right? The question is, do you deploy them, do you adopt them, and do you use them for what you are doing? And so also are so many other skills. The question is, how well are we adopting technology for everything we do? And that is what I'm saying. So to thrive in times like this, you must be able to use technology to do at least 3 things, right? first of all, use technology to access new markets. Because your market is not only here. If you are selling corn on the streets, people can order it from Ugogo, can order it from outside the country. If you are selling clothes, people who are doing clothes, who are into fashion industry, you have a whole lot of orders from foreign countries, right? But the question now is, have you positioned yourself to access bigger markets using what? Technology. The next thing is, how can you use technology to advance and create more efficiency in what you do? Right? If you are serving 10 customers in a day, how can you use technology to what? Serve 20 other customers in a day? This is so important because if you don't understand this, you will have issues because every business needs to keep improving on their processes. Do you understand what I'm saying? If your process A today is you are serving 10 customers in 30 minutes, you should be able to ask yourself, this question is, how can I serve 100 customers in the same 30 minutes? Now, if you understand that, you will now see that the only thing that can help you achieve that is by deploying and adopting technology. And the third thing I said that you should be able to use technology to do, right, is what? Scaling. We all understand that if you have a business here, if you have the second shop, I'll always break down scaling into the simplest thing. If you have a shop in Ogui Road right now, and you want to have the second shop now in Abani Road, you have scaled it by 2, true or false? If you want to have the same shop in maybe now Ababa, you have scaled it by 3. If you want to have the same shop by what? In Nsuka, you have scaled it by 4. But the question now is, these are physical scaling. We can also use technology to do what? Scale these businesses. So as we are looking at businesses and skills we can do, we should be able to say, do these 3 things as a business. And as someone who is entering to get a skill, you should be able to look at the skills that help people market, help people become better, right? So when I say market, you should be learning digital marketing and things like that. When I say improving efficiency, you should be able to learn data analysis, data science, and AI, and things like that too. When I talk about scaling, you should be able to look at growth hacking. How do you manage and grow a business? That is also an important skill. We don't have so much in our society right now, but we need more people who have the expertise to look at a business and be able to grow it. That is why we need also more consultants that understand technology and how to use the technology to scale. So at this point, probably, I can give a break.
Please put your hands together for him as he takes a seat. We'll take all 3 plus 1. They will finish their presentation, and then please write down your questions. Immediately after their presentations, we'll take the questions. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you for not cooperating. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we want to take the next one. And the next for me is one who is also very important. It's Cisco Certified Academy Instructor, TI Instructor, a trusted protocol for foundation skills, the Red Hat Academy Program Educator, managing open source learning environments, and institutional skills workshop graduate, optimized for instructional delivery. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, is a high bandwidth ICT professional and educator with over 20 years of uptime in network infrastructure and cybersecurity, with more than 5 years in teaching cloud. He's been a reliable access point for students seeking strong signal strength in ICT, network systems, and cybersecurity. He is currently plugged into the faculty networks at Southern Alberta Institute of Technology and the CDI College. He brings and bridges the gap between theoretical framework and real-world deployment. His teaching uplink delivers industry reels and ready skills, empowering students to become secure, scalable assets in the tech ecosystems. So permit me, therefore, to welcome one who is very, very skilled in what he does, He is none other than Mr. Unche Onyeka. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up to speak to us on his. He will speak and he will also answer questions. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm excited to be here today. And I must confess, this is my first Amadeo Business Summit, and I'm quite impressed. Actually, I got to know about Copen Academy before I knew about Amadeo Business Summit. So let's start from Copen Academy. Now, my name's Uche Onyeka, and I'm an instructor. I teach in Canada. I teach at Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. I also teach at CDI College. And I'm an engineer by training. So I got involved with Copen Academy when we were looking at finding some level of partnership with my school in Canada to see how it can benefit both SAIT and Copen. And I'll be so excited and happy if we're able to pull that off, because SAIT is outstanding, recognized worldwide for what they do. They have perfected the act of taking students and grooming them to be industry ready from day one. If you can Google it, graduates' employment rate is up the roof. So that's why I'm going to be excited if Copen can really get this partnership going. And how did SAIT get there? SAIT got there because they focused on hands-on learning, not just theory. What can you do? Not just what you know about technology, but what can you bring to the table? What can you do? So, students of ICT, your guy is here, so I'm going to talk a little bit about that sector, because that's where I have a little bit of knowledge. So my friend here and brother have already told you probably what you don't know. He has covered basically everything. So I am going to tell you what you already know. Starting with the world we live in, we all agree, it's driven by technology. And technology knows no boundaries. And what that means, it's whether you're in Enugu, you're in Lagos, you're in London, you're in Toronto, New York, it is the same ICT language. It is the same programming language. It is the same cybersecurity framework. It is the same networking principles that you learn at Copen Academy that we teach all over the world. It's the same. Technology, ICT is global. So I want you to take it from me that what you're getting here, back home, it's standard. It is same principles, and with your laptop and internet connection and the skills you've gained from Copen Academy, you can get connected to the entire world. You could work for companies halfway the globe. You could set up all kind of stuff. And that's really exciting. So I don't know, do we have students of ICT around? Okay, I hope you guys are excited and to know that, look, you have made one of the nicest decisions you would, because every organization, every company needs an ICT professional. It doesn't matter how large or medium the organization is. It is the same skills that you gain here that powers companies like Google, that powers companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and even Apple. So be confident that you're just in the right place. Okay? Let me probably stop here. Thank you.
Please, let's clap for him. They say we are at the age of AI. Only last week I tried to open an email and the computer was asking me to tell him that I am a human being. So who is now the human being? Is it me or am I supposed to prove to the computer that I'm a human being? But that's where we are going. These people will tell us why that is so. Please clap for them. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next I want to bring to bear, long before cloud computers became mainstream and APIs ruled the enterprise world, a young man booted up his journey in information technology with a core operating system built on a master's in computer science and an MBA in technology management. He was designed for enterprise-grade performance from the very, very beginning. His career launched in the early days of his business automation when data was still migrating from paper-based legacy systems to structured databases. He quickly became a system integrator, translating business logic into executive and executable code and building digital bridges where no one existed. As his system matured, ladies and gentlemen, he was deployed into major IT environment. At British American Tobacco, he functioned as the head of management information system. At Unified Payments, he also led the systems group and then came Computer Warehouse Group, where he operated at a general manager level, managing vast arrays of enterprise solutions and orchestrating large-scale deployments, all at the master dev operation engineer and mission-critical release circle. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, also at Neptune Software UK, he became managing director for West African operation, scaling software solutions across geographies. But the most ambitious code he ever wrote was at Psycho Technologies Limited, his own tech startup, where he now serves as CEO. It's no ordinary software shop. It is a capital market automation engine designed to digitize and modernize the financial core of economics. He is just building software. He is refactoring the future of finance, powered by many years of enterprise, knowledge, and agile leadership. He continues to operate like a mission-centered critical server, resilient, scalable, and always online. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we therefore invite the architect behind the code, Mr. Emmanuel Ene. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. He's calm, he's cool, but if you touch him, you can put in virus. Please clap for him. Clap for him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're standing on existing protocols. I'm here just to talk to the young people. I'm talking to the youth that there are ways you can become a millionaire, a billionaire. There are so many ways of making money, but I believe that software is one of the easiest way. Software doesn't require you to go and buy materials. It's your brain. Most of us have laptops and smartphones. What do you do with it? You use a smartphone to start browsing and looking at odd sites. But you can use this smartphone to learn a programming language that will make you a billionaire overnight. As I said, my name is Mr. Emmanuel Ene. I'm based in Lagos. I'm a software engineer. I've been in this business for over 30 years. I've worked in many multinationals before setting up our own company in Lagos. So my speech here is to the young ones. You guys should be motivated. You see, what in this world that you must have a skill. Skill is very key. Whatever you are doing, you need a skill. It's a shame that as my brother said, that people from Togo, Cotonou, are coming to do most of the artisan works because the skills are not there. We're all looking for cheap money, Okada, keke, all this. But there are skills you can bend down and acquire without hassles. We all have smartphones. What do you do with it? So what I'm saying is that software in IT, there are so many. IT is divided into main 3 streams. We have the hardware, which is all these things. Even your phone that you have now, you can use the computer. With the computer, the server, and all those things. Then we have the software. The software is the brain. The software is the highest of all ICT. There's no ICT that doesn't have a software. Even the hardware that you are using yourself, there's a software inside. Then the last one is communication. These are the 3 drivers of ICT. But the most profitable in the world, everybody knows that, is software. The richest man in the world, 3 of them are software engineers. Microsoft, everybody knows him, Bill Gates. Facebook, Oracle, Ellison, this other man, Larry Page. These are billionaires, software engineers, and they didn't have money. Microsoft founder was a dropout in school. He was a school dropout. What did he do? With nothing. He started building software. You don't need anything. What you need to do is you need to have the mindset, you need to have the brain and the temperament. So I'm glad that Copen is partnering with companies, and I can assure you that my company, we are ready to partner with Copen. Like you have Academy too, we have our Seiko Academy in Lagos. And I'm not happy that I'm from Enugu State. 70% of my staff are Yorubas and people from Delta. But people are not there. So I'm still calling on Copen Group, who can also partner to train some of these youths that are ready to better their life. You don't need to have it. What you need to have is a smartphone and a laptop or laptop. You know, COVID has touched on so many things. With the advent of COVID, you can work from anywhere. You don't need to be in Lagos. You can stay at Enugu and attend our academy and get certified. I can tell you that from my office, 6 of my staff have Japa. Yes, because they have skill. Even if you went to Japa, you don't just Japa to go and be washing plates or gutter. If you have IT skill, you be a hot cake, you change jobs. Most of my staff, they're taking them from my office direct. They'll take them from my office, and some of them are in France, some are in Germany, some are in UK, where they have the skill. So some of you are Jackman, I want to Jackman, and do what? What skill do you have? Are you a medical doctor? Are you a software engineer? Are you an IT consultant? What are you going to Jackman to do? They're going to Jackman to go and hide in the night and washing plates. So, but if you have the skill, they'll be looking for you. I said, these guys, they employ them direct from the office and buy their ticket for them, their wife, their children, their family, all of them. I have people in France, everywhere. So, our youth, I'm talking to you. This is an opportunity. Please, grab it. Software, you don't need anything. Use your brain and your gadget. Either you have a laptop or you have a smartphone. All of us have smartphone. What do you do with it? You use it to browse, to gossip. This smartphone can make you a billionaire overnight. So, and here in the East, all of us know about Leostan Neke from Imo State. He's a billionaire. And also that our brother here doing well, Tennessee, Kinsley from Woody. He's a software guy. He's my friend. So you can sit down and make it. Let us not be pursuing, using our phone to do Yahoo Yahoo. Yahoo Yahoo is lazy people's business. So On this note, we're willing to partner with Copen to make life a better place for you guys. Thank you very much.
Gradually, the computer is coming together. I don't know who is the mainframe, who is the CPU, who is the monitor, but clap for them. While he was talking, one of our organs walked in. Permit me to just appreciate him. He's one with over 30 years' experience in finance, banking, investment strategy, real estate development, and economic policy. He is the National Coordinator of Murphy Real Estate Investment Fund and the Executive Director and Chief Investment Officer for an Executive Director Investment of Murphy. Please let's welcome Mr. Sani Yakubu. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in calmly and gently. They say money does not make noise. That's why they don't play music inside bank. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is one who I will describe as a high-frequency signal consistently transmitting change, clarity, and connection. Ladies and gentlemen, he is coding a new logic into education. Is one where personalized, AI-driven learning system replace outdated, one-size-fits-all models. He built up in Nigeria's first fully indigenous AI-powered personal tutor platform, and under his leadership, it is not just educating, it is debugging iniquity and uploading opportunity. Before launching his build-up, he served as a connectivity hub in Africa Startups Circuit City. He engineered a thriving innovation node, and he's also deeply involved in mentorship, resources, market access, and capacity building bandwidth to help thousands of entrepreneurs boot up their skill. He had also worked at XN Tech, Binary Hills, at the Talent Accelerator, and at Curves. From microchips to macro impact, his vision has been clear: decentralized opportunity, scale inclusion, and empower the next generation of developers, founders, and thinkers to write their own code of success. Whether he's on stage, in boardrooms, or behind the console of build-up AI, he is, of course, and he remains a living app, building local ingenuity and global innovation standards. Permit me, therefore, to welcome one we describe also as an architect of indigenous innovation, founder and CEO of Build Up AI. Let's welcome Mr. Chibuike Eugene. Please put your hands together for him as he comes out. Can we clap for him, please?
Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. So before I say anything, I just want us to do something. Can you just check your phone applications? I want to know if you can find one or two indigenous applications that is solving a critical problem in our community. Just go ahead and check. Just tell me the name of the application. I'm not talking about banking applications. Just go ahead and check. Just check your phone. You have a lot of apps because we are talking about technology, thriving in the digital age. So let us even know whether we are getting it right at all. It's not enough to say maybe you have 1 million people learning tech skills. It doesn't translate to 1 million talent that are ready to solve problems. Please, I'm actually waiting. Can you tell me like 2 indigenous applications that is solving critical problems? So I have someone here. Please, can you permit me to do this, please? Okay. Indigenous, that is not a fintech app.
Hello.
Hello, good day, everyone. I'm Okolingozi Rita, Sustainable Properties by Zikas. Indigenous app, you mean like I have my Instagram.
No.
Okay.
Instagram is from
Social media.
No, I mean indigenous application built
built
by
up in our phone.
Yes, that
Okay.
is built right here in Enugu. That is solving a critical problem in the community.
Okay.
Do you have? Okay, somebody here, please. Sorry. Because if we don't have, that means we've been deceiving ourselves.
I remain E.E. Nchiku. I think I have the one we called Igbo Calendar app. This Igbo Calendar app, what it does is it actually tells us the days, Igbo days in Igbo cosmology and other things that has to do with Igbo mythology and cosmology. Like you have the Eke, Ori, Afonko. When you want to find them, it's there in Igbo app. There's another one we call the Kedu. I think Kedu is in Enugu. That's for media app that we use in Enugu here. I think 2 of them are here.
Okay, thank you. Just last one, please. Just last one, the person at the back. Thank you. Okay.
All right, we have Genos. Genos, can you hear me?
Yes.
We have Genos. Genos is an AI application that helps business to predict analysis and also help businesses to tell them what the future of their business. Example, if you're in the agriculture sector, it can predict the 10 years analysis of the next 10 years. So it's kind of built by an Igbo man, Genos by name. So it's an AI powered for business analysis and prediction.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that will be it. Thank you. You know why this exercise is very important is that for decades we've been getting it wrong. We assume that training thousands and millions of people to acquire tech skill actually provides the necessary talents that we need. If you have a tree, it doesn't translate that you have timber, right? So that is where I think we need to start this conversation. For you to thrive in the digital age, it cannot just be that you've mastered a certain skill. Because the first thing, if you actually want to thrive in the digital age and leverage on technology, is to identify where there are gaps. And then you start building solutions to solve those problems. That's what technology is supposed to enable us to do. But we are approaching it as a poverty alleviation program, as a charity program. You will see initiatives that want to train 500,000 people, want to train 100 as a charity or poverty alleviation. Technology skills is not a poverty alleviation program. It's not. And that's why we've not gotten it right. And that's why we're not solving critical problems in our communities. Because the people that are learning technology skills, they are learning it out of fear that I want to be able to afford to eat. That was not how the applications you have on your phones were built. Steve Jobs did not build Apple because as a poverty alleviation program. That was not what Mark Zuckerberg wanted to achieve. But that's how we are approaching it. And that's why we don't understand the entire life cycle when you are building a startup. So we keep churning out people to learn skills or just start a business without understanding the processes that they have to go through. So there's no support structure or wraparound services that will enable those people to actually create a market fit product and be able to scale it up. That's where we have the gap. Recently, about a few weeks ago, someone wrote on the social media about she lost her sister. I don't want to mention the hospital, but they went to the first one just behind ShopRite. They said that they've moved their emergency to another place. They went to that one from one place to another, and then they got to so many things happened. Now, can you identify gaps in that story that technology can solve? If you have that poverty alleviation mindset, you can never see anything there. What do we have technology that if someone has an emergency, you just maybe an application, 2 minutes, you will have an emergency service. We try to copy United States, maybe whatever that is trending there, we want to build. But our economic environment, both macro and microeconomic environment, is completely different. So I think for us, anyone here, if you want to really, let me give you an example. I operate in the EdTech space. We built the first indigenous AI personal tutor that is revolutionizing how students learn. Prior to that, I've worked in different spaces. Maybe if there's time, I will share some of them. But look at what was happening, of course, before Build Up AI in the education sector. Any advancement, maybe technology, whether it's mobile technology or internet.com era, people build stuff to enable existing processes, even if it's a failed process. So we have a system that doesn't deliver any tangible outcome. And then you are building systems to automate it. You now build a system that enables, to mark attendance. Will that solve the problem in the educational sector? You build a system, those kind of stuff. That's what we're building. We're not rethinking the entire process from the ground up. That technology has given us the leverage to actually rethink the process and build something that can change whatever that we've been complaining about. And that's exactly what we've done at Build Up AI. I'm just using that as a case study to tell you, if you move from a problem approach and then identify a significant problem in the society, you will be able to build solutions that will make a difference. So we are losing generations after generations the talent of young people. We talk about the whole world is talking about Africa having the fastest growing youth population in the world, which is true, but it doesn't translate to talent. It doesn't translate to ready workforce, because our entire approach in everything we do is poverty alleviation. It's to survive. You cannot be creative. So if you're here and you are thinking of anything technology, do not make that mistake. When you develop a skill, you have to approach it. When we built Oma Cabs, for some of you that have been in Enugu before, the first ride-hailing that integrated keke drivers and everything, I was actually a consultant then for the UWIN program under President Jonathan. One day, because I normally visit businesses that are under the UWIN program, I got stranded. The cab that dropped me went, because I was coming from Lagos. So I came out trying to reach that person, no network. That was how I got the idea. What if we build something that you can just use and request for a ride? That was how the idea came up. This Build Up AI, we were running an apprenticeship program. One day, the facilitator fell sick, and the students were available for the apprenticeship program. So we now identify that it's a problem. As far as human factor, we rely completely on human beings. There's going to be, that's how we came up with Build Up AI. And today we have an intelligence system end-to-end that some schools have started adopting that trains, like teachers are getting back about 80% of their time. So I want to challenge you that if you are talking about, for those of you that might be interested in AI, maybe we will give a scholarship to about 5 people here to learn artificial intelligence, because we have a platform that can enable you to do that. So we don't have enough time, but I want you to take this from me. You have the capacity to change your world and our world. But if you approach it from a poverty mindset, that you just want to survive, you just want to eat, you just want to pay your rent, you cannot do anything. You cannot tap from your inner potential. It's not possible. You need to aspire to do something that can make a difference beyond your immediate family. That's the only way you can thrive in the digital world. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for him. I noticed that the crowd came alive once he mentioned scholarship. Please clap for him. It's not every time that you go to school for free. Even in church, salvation is free, but you have to buy Bible. Hello? So do it well. Somebody told me that artificial intelligence is not much for natural stupidity, but it's getting close. They are closing up. I tried to teach my AI some sarcasm, and it responded, "Oh, that's another pointless human task." Have you tried Googling yourself? Sometimes what you see will shock you. If you use AI to ask AI about yourself, it will tell you things. It was the day I was moving from Abuja to the other side of Abuja. Using Google Map, I told it where I was going. After some time, the thing asked me, says, "Sir, where are we?" That's when I knew there was a problem. I don't know where we were. And my AI was also know where we were, so we turned back. When I was going to my house, there was one place. It's a big fence. Then the thing said, "Turn right." I said, "On your own. Only you will turn this right." But we have people here who have made AI smart enough to understand issues, and they will work with it for us. Please clap for them some more. So 4 of them here will be answering questions on AI. But we also have one person who will be joining them to answer questions, because we have done our discussions around construction. So if you have questions also around construction, you can also join. Please, let's welcome this man. He's none other than the one who has turned skills into beauty, where he doesn't just manage operations, he lays structural foundation for scalable, skill-based innovation. He's the COO of System. Please, let's welcome Mr. Seth Ogungwemi, CEO of System. Please put your hands together for him as he joins them on the table. So he'll be answering all the questions on technology-based questions, because he uses both technology skills to turn around life. Those are graduates, they already know him. They know him, that he uses red biro to mark even on computer. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll open up. You already know our panelists. So you heard all they said. Did we hear them? Hello? Did we hear them? All right. Do we have questions? If you have a question, can we just see you raise your hand? All right. So I'll just come down so we do this together at that point. So we'll take the questions. We'll probably take 5 questions. Just ask your question, okay? Asa. Should I use AI to read it? This thing is in Arabic.
Thank you very much for this privilege. My question goes like this. As the theme of this summit says, thriving in times like this, the rate of technological change often outpaces the development of human skills. What is the single most critical non-technical initiative? Example, radical upskilling programs, novel hiring models, and new incentive structures your organizations are implementing to close the adaptability gap and ensure your core workforce can effectively leverage rather than simply manage the very digital tools and platform you are investing in. Thank you.
I'll still hold the question in case we need to do refresher course. On this side.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Eza Akachiku. So I want to ask a question that is bothering me. When it comes to software, what is the core parts of software? Just like when you have your body, the core parts of your body is your head and your chest. Your hands are important, so, but they're not as important as your head and your chest. So I want to know the core parts of software.
Software. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chima Oloma. My name is Chima Oloma. I want to know how someone will go about creating an app with local content.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ike Nwosu. My question is more about, well, you can touch on AI, and then my brother who's also into cybersecurity. So my question is, what are some non-technical skills or interpersonal skills that can come into play for someone who wants to get into the field of AI and probably cybersecurity?
All right, thank you. We are just doing questions row by row. We have on this row, somebody raised his hand on this row.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Okay, my question is AI related. I'm actually into AI as well, and I help automate business operations. So, can you hear me? Okay. So, my question goes like this. A lot of people are saying that AI will replace jobs and replace a lot of skills. So I want to ask, in your own opinion and as an expert, do you think AI will replace job? If yes, what are the criteria skills to learn not to be replaceable? If no, how do we stand out in the global market that is very competitive with a lot of technologies? And second question, now in the aspect of cybersecurity, as an AI expert, what are the security measures to maintain if you are going into AI industry so that it will not be from having the positive aspect to having the negative aspect, so that we still maintain the economic sector and other stuff using AI as well?
I'm sure they understand.
Good afternoon. My name is Nnamdi. One of the speakers said that we should not focus on poverty alleviation while acquiring a skill. But most of the times, it's not from that's the people that want to get the skill, but from, let's say, the organizers. They tell you that the essence of getting these skills to, make some amount of money and then be able to survive. Then I have a question about, let's say you discovered a problem in the society and you want to build a software that can solve the problem. And if people around you are focusing on the money aspect of it, and you are broke, you don't have any amount of money to just sponsor such kind of, innovation. How do you go about, building a team of people that values, the innovation or the idea without funding it from your pocket because you don't have the money to fund it?
AI loan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinedu Ome. I thank you, the presenters, for your wonderful detailed presentation. My question goes to the sir that talked about software development. You told us here that we didn't need much to actually work on software. Please, sir, from the best of my knowledge, most of our youth are passionate about ICT, but where we are having issue here is the requirement, because we end up hearing there's a whole lot of free stores. At the end of it, you see that the requirement there is what most of our youth cannot afford. So what we are trying to ask, sir, one, do you have a presence here in Enugu? Because talked about basing in Lagos. Do you have a presence here in Enugu? Then how long does your software program last for each trainee? Then, do you have a subsidy for trainees, and what does it cost? Because I believe that everything have a price. Then, sir, for digital dreams, my question goes to you. Do you have a subsidized rate for a group of people who want to learn a particular skill in your office? Thank you very much.
The last question.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Wisdom Mukachi by name.
My first question is, how can we integrate artificial intelligence into construction? And two, for those of us that are in the UIX field, how can we outperform artificial intelligence? Because of the other day, I tried out using a JSON prompt on an AI tool, and the result it gave me was far more what we've been doing for like 2 years now as a UIX designer. Thank you.
All right, we are coming back to the panelists. I'm sure those microphones are working, sir. Can you turn it on?
It's on, it's on. Okay.
Hello? Okay.
Can you hear me now? I think there are more than 4 questions related to AI, but I'll just try to, maybe while answering one question, the other person can actually see the answer to what you asked. Someone asks, what are the soft skills that you can learn with respect to artificial intelligence? Let me just clarify what AI really is. For the first time in human history, we have an intelligent companion. It has never happened before. Intelligent companion that can think, that can reason, and I dare say in some cases that can, it's not a popular thing to say, in some cases that can make better judgment than us. So there are different ways to play in this space because we're actually going to be living in an AI era. In the next couple of years, you are going to see every organization, so many things will evolve. There are so many non-technical skills. One way to play in this space is that you want to be part of the builders that are trying to create solutions using artificial intelligence. The other way, which is the focus of your question, is non-technical skills. Let me tell you that almost every role in organization, as you know it, will evolve, not necessarily replaced. You might become irrelevant if you don't upgrade. Let me give you a typical example. Customer service, as you know it, in the next couple of years, nobody will be talking about that. But what you're going to you have is like customer experience data analyst. You see, evolution of role instead of outright replacement. That's what is going to happen. Organizations will re-engineer their entire internal process. Because if you don't do that, you cannot compete with another player in your industry that is leveraging on artificial intelligence. What AI does is that it multiplies what we are capable of doing. What will take you ordinarily 1 year or 2 years to accomplish, you can now do it in 2 months. And that you will see that will reduce costs. So imagine that you are playing in a particular industry and your competitor is now leveraging artificial intelligence to transform their entire internal process. That means they will produce faster at a cheaper cost. So every organization will start readjusting. Now, the team members, if you say that you have been in this space for 10, 20 years and nothing they happen, it means that is when you will start looking for a job. But if you are smart enough to say, what is the direction of the roles that I'm currently, let's say you are an operation person, it can transition to operation data analyst, right? Because it's all about data. It's all about making intelligent sense of data. That's what AI is all about. And then the interesting thing is that over time, the AI now understands it and then do it better than humans. So there are a lot of things we don't normally say this in public. The truth is that there are roles that will completely go. All these repetitive tasks, you see that AI will now replace that. So that has built up AI. We've outlined so many non-technical roles. You can build AI automation without knowing how to write a code. Again, you need to identify where there are gaps
and then see how you can master it. You don't need to know how to write any single line of code, but you can build an automation system that can solve real problem for an organization. So in that sense, you've made yourself valuable, not replaceable. So AI creates massive opportunity, but we are looking at the other side of people that will say we don't want to evolve. That is on that side. There's another question about, I think somebody that asks whether AI can be applied in the construction industry. In the construction. Yes. There's literally no industry that you cannot see AI application. The truth is that just look at it as an intelligent companion. An intelligent companion that is as smart. And if you train the AI very well, because it's all about data. The mistake that we are making currently is that we categorize ChatGPT as just AI. Because our introduction to artificial intelligence is through ChatGPT. You just go there, ask question, and you get response. And for you, that is what AI is all about. No, it's an application, an expression of artificial intelligence. But that's not what all AI is. Just for example, the build-up AI that we built, there is no system anywhere in the world that has that kind of structure in terms of what the application is able to deliver. So that's how different people across different industry, like if you have somebody with experience in the construction industry and another person that has an expert knowledge in terms of AI automation, two of them can collaborate and identify the gaps and then use AI to automate it. You have built something. One thing that AI has done that so many people don't know, before AI, if you want to build any application, you need a human being that is called a developer or this to build a system, right? But AI, because of natural language processing, you can now interact with the system using your natural language, and it will build that stuff for you. So you can build applications in a matter of hours, you can build applications in a matter of minutes that solve real life problems. So that means that everybody in this room can actually build something. But before, you need to go through a process that takes months. That's the power of artificial intelligence. It's not something we should be scared about. It's something we should be excited about. But we need to just have enough knowledge to not see it again as a poverty alleviation program. See it as something that will give you the leverage to actually solve real life problem. I don't know if I've covered the questions on AI. If there's any other thing, maybe, moderator, you can remind me before we close.
Yeah, I think my brother have covered almost everything. But I think somebody asked a question about non-technical skills associated to cybersecurity. And I would just like to address that part. Before I do, I just want you to know that to study cybersecurity, the minimum you need is computer literacy. You do not need to be a hardware guy, no. So when it comes to non-technical side of cybersecurity, yeah, they do exist. Cybersecurity is made up of a lot of domains, so many domains. Just to mention a few, we have endpoint security, folks that look at endpoint devices and stuff to make sure they are secured. You have information security. This is more like document management, making sure that organizations document data are secured. You don't need any technical skills for that. We also have a domain, GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. All you need is to understand different frameworks and make sure that the organization you work with is in compliance with those frameworks. You don't need technical skills for that. So throughout your cybersecurity career, it is possible that you will never have to handle a screwdriver. It is possible. I don't know if that addressed your question.
Okay. Let me take the question that's on the software. The guy that asked me a question about software and its training. Yeah, as I said before, IT basically divided into three. Hardware, that the physical device we see, your laptop and your smartphone. The software that drives, the hardware. The software is the engine of IT. Then communication. And I said before, of all the three arms, software is the king. The richest people on earth are software engineers. Microsoft, Larry Ellison, Data Page, and the Facebook guy. And to study software, you must not read computer science. It's the question of passion. What do you want to do? I have people that read biology. They are doing well in software development. I have people that read even human resources, agriculture. So as I said, in our company in Lagos, we have an academy, just similar to what Copain have. You need like 6 months training. As I said before, I'm not happy that in our company, 70% are Yorubas and Deltas. But the company owned by Enugu people. So I'm encouraging the youth, if you're interested, we can arrange an academy for you in 6 months. You must be in Lagos. COVID had made everything possible. With COVID, you can do everything online. So we arrange a training for you. And if you want to go outside the country, if you want to Japan, you need to have a skill. I told you, in our company, they employ people from our office direct. They buy tickets for their wife, their children, and take them abroad. Because they have skill. You shouldn't Japan to go and be washing plates or to be a security man. If you have a skill and you want to Japan, it will be easy for you. If you're a medical doctor, if you're a nurse, if you're an IT consultant, software especially, you have to know what you are doing. So in terms of how much it will cost, as an Enugu man, I can arrange it that you will pay little or nothing. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Just to add, it's very important for us to know that AI is not here to replace human being. I know it's going to replace people who cannot use AI. So that's why they are saying that it's very important that you learn how to use it. And very importantly, just also to add, for us, we are also using technology now to train artisans. Using one of our partners that we're working with in India, ILS-FS, it's now using, we're working on a collaboration to do that, to use virtual reality to actually teach people construction skills, because we realize that sometimes not every time you are able to get to construction sites. And so how then can we work on the ability for us to bring in technology? Like we said, technology is to help you do things better. Just like you said, AI will not lay blocks, but AI can help you automate the process of laying blocks, through machineries and the rest. So, but you must have the requisite knowledge to be able to use technology to do that. And for programs, I know somebody asked me a question just before I came on stage that, apart from construction skills, are there other opportunities for technical skills that we can learn even with our collaboration with Copen Academy? And I said yes. Those graduating today are not just the construction skills. I know there are people who are graduating for photography, and there are ICT skills also that are coming on board. And just to add, even the construction, there are more trades coming through some of the collaboration we're having with the Family Owns Fund, which Copen Academy is also hosting the one in Enugu here. So there are a lot of them. I just want to encourage you to speak to our representative with Copen Academy, and they can reach out to us at System as we infuse those programs together to ensure that not just, that's why System is no longer construction skills. We call it System Skills Training and Employment Partnership, because we want to go across all the TVET space as much as possible. I just having a very wonderful conversation with somebody in hospitality right there, and I told him that there's something we are working on with the hospitality sector skills council that we can put together and probably see what we can do also in Enugu. So thank you very much. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's only one more question that hasn't been answered. Somebody was asking for if there are subsidies, and if there are discounts. Right now at Digital Dreams for this October, we are offering a 25% discount in all our courses. So that answers your question about subsidies, because we believe that it's necessary to offer discounts, be able to help people and let them learn and be able to use this to earn and become useful, not only to themselves, but also grow companies that can help the world. So thank you on that.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you increase that further or reduce it a little for
Which
our
of them?
participants? The subsidy.
It's 25%. You want an increased one?
No, I'm just saying maybe to make it like 40%.
Okay, we're offering 25% now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's still 25%. You have not changed it.
Okay, you want to add another one to it? Maybe.
No, I'm just saying if you
we can partner with you to make it 50.
You have power to do it. Please put your hands together for our panel. Can we invite our convener to join them for a group photograph, please? Let's invite our guy at Murphy. Prof, please join us. This panel. Please, can we have all the female participants and VIPs. Thank you, ma. Our keynote speaker, has she gone? Keynote speaker. We have one surviving female VIP. The others have gone. Let us smile. Let's smile. I just opened my account today with AG Mortgage Bank. I'm still looking for what I'll put inside. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them. Please, let's clap for them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, for our graduating students and those who have just gotten jobs, we'll be giving your certificates after the national anthem and closing prayer. I hope that's not too late. Thank you very much. But you can go home or if you don't need the certificate. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here. And we want to just specially honor one man who is in charge of strategy in our group. Let's welcome the SA to the GMD of Copen Group. SA on strategy. Please put your hands together to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Okedinachi Obiorachime. Please put your hands together for him.
Good evening, everyone. I hope we've had a good time today. I'm not hearing us. I hope you had a good time today. If you're not speaking, I remember your name tomorrow or your face. Just briefly, I wanted to thank God for the event we've had today. We've had a lot of great minds speak, both on the stage and in the audience, and it's been really good to see that, the level of engagement. I want to also thank the governor. I also want to thank the deputy governor for also being here as well too. His administration has made a huge impact on the business environment in Enugu, of which Amadeo Business Summit is grateful to have benefited from. I would also like to thank the various speakers who came to share their insights today. They brought a lot of experience and we were able to see it in the content of what they showed us today. So I would also want to thank the ED of Emerif and thank you, sir, for being here. I also want to thank the director of AG Mortgage Bank for also being here as well too. Thank you, sir, for your presence. It's really made a difference. Please, can we have a round of applause for them, please? I also want to extend my gratitude to Professor Timothy Nubi for the historic signing of the MOU between the Center of Housing Affairs and Copen Academy. I will pray to God that this will make a difference in the lives of others and in the lives of people living here in Enugu State. In Jesus' name. Finishing up, I just want to thank everyone here in the crowd for coming today. I want to thank you for your engagement. I want to thank you for your presence. It's meant a lot to us for you being here that long. We know we've taken up some of your time, but we know that time is going to give you return on investment in both the things you do and the knowledge that you're going to live here with. We also want to ask that as you come in tomorrow, you invite someone. You know, if it's someone within your community, if it's someone that you know is also going to be interested in this as well, you bring them tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be an awesome day. Tomorrow is going to have the Minister of Lands and Urban Housing here. So if you feel like you are blessed today, bring someone so you can have more capacity to be twice as blessed tomorrow. And we pray that God will make the difference in your lives. In Jesus' name I pray. Thank you so much, and God bless everyone in Jesus' name.
Please put your hands together for him. There is no way you can have the son of a reverend who will not conclude his closing remarks with a prayer. Please put your hands together for him. That means he's well brought up. Thank you very much. I actually wanted to say that was the closing. I just want to share something with you people. Somebody asked me for my phone number. I just want to tell you that my phone number is also my OPay account number. In case you want to do something. Hello, but don't worry. For those who want it, it's 070-3495-2643. That's it. I actually share it one. The second time you have to pay to collect it. Hello, did we get it? Yes, I like that. I actually don't want everybody to have it. All right, I'll just announce it once more. 070-3495-2643. Please do WhatsApp only. Don't call me. Just do WhatsApp so we can discuss business. Well, to help us formally close, my name is Ben 200, half human, half amazing, and it's an honor being your MC for today. I'll invite my Oga, who is very competent. It's not easy to be a lawyer nowadays. There are many of them in Abuja. They are not doing chamber business anymore. They are just doing CAC, help you to cut ticket in Niger Bet. But he's still a lawyer. Apart from practicing, he's also a teacher. He teaches us how to understand law. And he's also, at the peak of it, a company secretary. It's not easy. So he's a grounded one in the business of law. I had gone to lawyers' conference once, and I saw all of them, body of senior advocate. They wrote SAN. I wrote my name too. I added SAN. And they say, you are not even a lawyer. How did you become an SAN? I said, sir, I work in a radio station. I'm a senior announcer of Nigeria. SAN. Take it or leave it. So this man is a very grounded lawyer. He will help us with the prayers. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ikechime. You're welcome.
I will tell our lawyer to sue this man for claiming to be an SAN. You get the brief soon. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're going to pray. But please, before we pray, I would like to remind us that there's a training program that Copen Academy is going to organize. And in case you know somebody who will benefit from this training, people are going to be trained in painting and decoration, plumbing, electrical, masonry, and carpentry, and tiling. So please, if you know someone who will benefit from this training, you may want to call this number. It's 0708 588 6741. I'll take that again. 070 8588 6741. This training is going to be organized by collaboration with Family Homes Fund System and Copen Academy. It's going to happen here in Enugu. So please, if you know anybody who will benefit from this, we'll enjoin you to pass on the information, and I'm sure they will join the next set of graduates here in Jesus' name. Okay, please, can we rise as we say our closing prayer? You know, there's a song in my church. They say, praise God for whom all blessings flow. So we want to thank God tonight or this evening. Please, can we rise? And if you're a gentleman, can you do the honor and remove your cap? Thank you. Let's pray. Our Father and our God, we want to thank you for this evening. Thank you, Lord, for journey mercies granted. Thank you, Lord, for the wonderful time we have had. Thank you, Lord, for the convener of this initiative and all the people who have worked towards making today a success. And thank you for all the people who you brought from far and near to share ideas that will inspire minds and create opportunities for us to thrive. Thank you, Lord, for all the people who have been here. Lord, we pray and trust you that this engagement shall not just end in the thought realm, but it shall bring forth fruit, shall bring forth transformation, that on account of our involvement in this place, O Lord, Father, will thrive and succeed much, much more. In Jesus' name. Lord, as we go home today, we commit everyone into your hands, asking you for safe passage, that you take us home safely. And we also commit the activities tomorrow into your hands. Thank you for giving us good weather. We trust you for good weather tomorrow. Trust you for journey mercies. And trust you, O Lord God, that like your word says, the glory of the latter house shall be more than the glory of today, O God. May your name continually be glorified. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Can we share the grace in fellowship? And the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forever. And surely God's goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. Shalom. God bless you, and see you tomorrow.
Please, this is very important, an announcement. All the graduating students wait behind. Please, this is a missing key. This key alone is 3 million naira, please. If it's your key, I don't know what you want to use to go and open your